The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. All that. What's good? My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Say hi to Mary Santora.
What up?
Ooh. It's going to be a wild rest of the week. Mary's out tomorrow, but then she's back in this room on Friday.
Oh, buddy.
But where are you going to be tomorrow, Mary?
I cannot tell you how excited I'll be. See, I don't see you when you're on camera because I have my phone screen over the video feed.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be distracted in my periphery by people on camera.
Right.
So I don't see you. And so when you're in here, I'll see you. I'll move my monitor a little
There you
bit.
go.
Yeah, there we go.
It'll be
Yes, of
perfect.
course. Yes.
Tomorrow I'll be in Columbus at Lawbird Bar.
Bird, like a legal eagle?
Yeah, Lawbird.
Bob.
Bob Loblaw's Lawbird?
Yeah, it'll be fun. And then, coming up to good old Cleveland Friday.
What is Lawbird? This is a club or
It's just a bar, like
an
a bar show.
entertainment venue?
My
Wow.
buddy does this series called, it's like Behind the Bar, where you literally stand behind the bar and perform because it's like a little tiny speakeasy. They're always a blast. It's weird. It's fun. It's silly. So, yeah, we're doing that.
Now,
Two
is
shows
it a
tomorrow.
speakeasy or they just call it that?
They just call it that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's advertised and has,
I was going to say,
all that fun
it
stuff.
probably has signage.
Yes.
You can't be a speakeasy if you have signage. You
All
got to
that.
have to, your door has to be behind like an old Frogger machine
Mm-hmm.
or something. You got to have people, you got to be in the know.
Right.
Of course, I feel like that was kind of a pre-COVID thing too, because now people just want people coming in. You don't have the luxury of going like, well, you can only come in if you can find us. And
Yeah, well, they'll say that, but then they'll be like, and here's how to find us.
yeah,
Right.
exactly, yes. And then when you get here, our drinks are $35 a piece, and they
tell your
take
friends.
They take that long to make. We need to zest our own lemons into your drink. Anyway, okay, good. So Columbus tomorrow night, and then back here on Friday. Now, what will you do over the holiday weekend? Do you have big plans?
No, I
You and
messed
Brian just
up.
going to bang it out for 72 hours? Or what?
I was supposed to be home the whole weekend, and then I messed up, and you have to submit your availability to, like, every club in New York City, and I didn't have this weekend blocked off. So, of course, normally I'll get, like, one set a weekend. I have 5 sets this weekend. So, I'm
Really?
like, so now I have to fly back. I'm
'Cause
assuming a lot of
everybody
people are
else
out of
blocked it off,
town.
yeah.
Yes. So, I have 5 shows on Saturday, and then I have 2 shows on Sunday, and I think 2 shows on Monday. So I was like, I don't really want to cancel 9 shows.
No.
You know what I mean? So I'm flying back Saturday morning.
You drew the short straw, though.
I just messed
Essentially.
up. Yeah, because I was like, I normally am on top of it, and then I forgot to block the rest of the weekend. I blocked off Thursday and Friday. I forgot to block off the rest of the weekend. So
Yeah, it's all right, though.
yeah, I'll be back here doing some sets.
I got a lot of commentary from people about Mary's potential lesbian hookup. Well, I shouldn't even
boy.
call it that.
Here we go.
Is this commentary or fan fiction?
Yeah, right.
Well, it's probably a little from column A and a little from column B. Mary went into a place called Chloe there in New York, and it was a vegan soft serve ice cream shop.
They did other stuff too. They had like, I mean, it was all like smoothies and ice cream and acai bowls and everything. Anyway, go ahead.
Acai?
That's not important to the story.
Right. Yeah, well, a lot. I imagine you probably got a lot of messages from people too.
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, not that I saw.
Well, yeah, people were intrigued. I mean, sure, some of the comments leaned a bit more towards the they're a little porny, but I thought somebody had kind of an interesting take.
Mary, just because a female is smiling a lot and being nice to you doesn't mean she wants you. What was she wearing?
And the student has become the master. How do you like that?
Oh, thank you. I didn't
Now, Mary
realize
did say she was wearing yoga pants, like
she was
workout
like-
clothes.
She was just wearing workout clothes.
Mm-hmm.
But she was definitely hitting him. You know when you're being hit on.
Why?
I have never once known when I was being hit on.
Really?
Yeah, I could probably count on one hand the times I was being hit on, but I don't have a good eye for that.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe she was being nice. Is there any chance that she was perhaps a minority owner in the establishment and she was just trying to get a good buzz going? So you'd walk out going, boy, that place is, I really got a good feeling about that place. And then she's just rubbing her hands around the corner in the alley, knowing she's got a new customer.
Maybe. That would be a wild approach to get people to come back to your establishment.
Listen, it's battle
You
conditions
never
out there. It's
know.
New
You
York,
never
man.
know.
I mean, I don't know how much, if there's anywhere that has competition for vegan soft serve, it would be New York.
I mean, but it's in Union Square, so it's like a pretty happening spot. There's always people, hanging out. It's a lot of foot traffic.
Yep.
So I don't know that they'd be so desperate for people to come in that they would have to make advances.
I mean, if somebody
on
opened,
them.
you could open a vegan soft serve ice cream spot in Cleveland, and you'd have weekend hours.
Yeah.
There, you'd have you'd have competition.
There's not that many,
Okay.
to be honest with you,
All
because
right.
I've tried.
I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, I don't think they were.
Bill, have you ever been hit on and didn't realize it in the moment?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like I'm better at picking up on it now, but definitely have had those moments where like I'm just like reminiscing on something and I'm like, oh, I could have done something. I'm so stupid. There was this girl that she was friends with my sister, but she would come over to our house, and this is when I'm like 19 years old. I think she was 18 years old, and she would come over to my house, and then we'd like watch movies all night, and she would sit right next to me the whole time, and I'm like, I think it's really cool that she sits next to me. I guess that's all I can do, but it was because she was waiting for me to make a move, and I never made a move, and I'm like, I think about that.
This is when you were still in kind of your Mormon frame of mind.
Yeah. But even, there's times like after shows and stuff, girls will like say stuff, and I'll be like, well, do you want to buy a magnet?
$2.
Because I'm trying to get, I'm trying to make sense. I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not in that mode.
You go, hey, buy a magnet. My clothes are made of metal. How do you like that? Nothing along those lines? Oh, boy. Was she sitting like where your knees touched on the couch?
I mean, she was like right next to me.
Right
like
there,
right
yeah.
next to me. And she wasn't really paying attention to my sister very much, so I should have picked up on this, but I never did.
And then one time we were watching a scary movie, and for whatever reason, she sat right on my lap, but facing me. And I
Weird.
just didn't get the signs. I had to
She
look
was so scared.
I had to look over her shoulder just to see the movie. It was a whole thing.
She's cute, too.
You're really in my way.
really
Why's
messed
your
that one
tongue
up.
out? Yeah, well, missed opportunities. Our lives are full of them. Okay, I've got to take a break here. I'll have money for you coming up at 2:30. Listen for each and every one of those keywords because you get them every hour. It's a chance to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
People have asked us if Dr. Pepper tastes like Dr. Pepper. Elizabeth from Dallas said,
Dr. Pepper tastes like how it tastes, no cap.
You're not wrong, Elizabeth, but we brought in a flavor sommelier to exactly describe the delicious taste.
Yes, on the nose, I'm getting sweet, charismatic, very unique. Now I'm going to take a sip, covering all 9,000 taste buds. Aerate it. Warm it up. Driving up that top note, it's an aromatic ballet on my tongue, a fine balance between all 23 flavors. Yes, that's a winner.
Tasting 23 flavors in every sip? It's a pepper thing. Inspired by real fan posts.
It's summertime, and you gotta try the new Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero Sugar. It's that Dr. Pepper flavor you love with the taste of coconut. Stop by your local Kroger and grab a case of Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero today.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023 Nissan Frontier with standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-feet of torque.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know whether it's a new home or a new car. You've worked hard to achieve your dreams, and we work hard to protect them so you can enjoy the utmost peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The 2024 Volkswagen Taos may be a small SUV, but it's kind of a big deal. The Taos is sleek, going to get you a ton of attention on the streets this summer. It's got plenty of space on the inside, which means plenty of room left in your wallet. You get 0% interest for 60 months. Well-qualified buyers, you get that stylish Taos and no interest at all for 60 months through Volkswagen Credit. Summer is definitely going to be starting off right when you're behind the wheel of your brand new Taos from Classic Volkswagen in Menor.
Transform your home in one weekend and save big money on Pittsburgh paints from Menards. Ultra Exterior Paint is a paint and primer in one that resists cracking and peeling and has great durability, making it perfect for many outdoor projects. Save big money on Ultra Exterior Paint and head into Menards to get your paint project started today. And check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's Alan Kona, Big Wave, and the Buzzard have teamed up to give you a chance to win a trip or two to Hawaii. Get to a participating retailer, find the Kona Big Wave beer display, scan that QR code, and you're registered. Get to WMMS.com for details and more ways to win. Everything is better on Aloha time. Enjoy responsibly.
Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Get a Sleepy's Queen mattress at the lowest price ever, just $89.99. This deal ends Tuesday, so don't wait. Visit Mattress Firm and save over 60%. In-store pickup only while supplies last. Find your nearest one today.
Do you know someone struggling to figure out their mental health benefits? The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office is here to help. Find us at insurance.ohio.gov/GETMHIA or call us at 855-438-6442. Don't wait. The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office can help you figure out what mental health insurance benefits may be in their plan. Call us today at 855-438-6442.
If you have a plumbing or AC issue, who do you turn to? Consider Jackson Comfort. At Jackson Comfort, when you call before 2 p.m., you'll get our same-day service guarantee. It's our Jackson Comfort promise. Your repair done that same day, and at no additional cost to you. Call Jackson Comfort or check us out online at jacksoncomfort.com for your heating, cooling, plumbing, and drain needs. I'm Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort.
That's my dad.
Proudly serving you for over 95 years.
We love our neighbors.
Circle K Fuel Day is back?
Yup. On Thursday, May 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m., Circle K is dropping the price of fuel by 40 cents per gallon.
Say what?
From 4 to 7 p.m., the price at the pumps will already be discounted by 40 cents per gallon. Plus, 10% of the proceeds will be donated to Children of Fallen Patriots. Up to 40 cents off per gallon in certain states in accordance with applicable laws. Only on May 23rd. Conditions and restrictions apply. Visit CircleK.com for more details.
Circle K Fuel Day. Woohoo!
Wasteful Washington spending is driving up the price of everything in Ohio. Groceries, gas, housing. Senator Sherrod Brown has backed President Biden's agenda 97% of the time, including voting to allow spending tax dollars on illegal immigrants. Senator Brown voted to allow $500 million in COVID checks for illegals. And Brown voted in favor of taxpayer-funded health care for illegals granted amnesty, while some American citizens can't afford to see a doctor. Brown even voted with Biden to give illegal immigrants Social Security benefits for work done illegally. Call Senator Brown at 216-522-7272 and tell him to support S3578, the Protect Medicaid Act, and vote against reckless, out-of-control Washington spending on illegal immigrants. Ohio families need cheaper gas, food, and housing, not handouts to illegal immigrants who haven't played by the rules. Paid for by One Nation. www.onenationamerica.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Yingling presents Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds in Berea. All Memorial Day weekend. Free entertainment, free parking. Produced by the Berea City Club. The best value in town. It's Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest. BereaRib.com.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Shop Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course, the official WMMS Buzzard gear at all 4 locations around town or online.
Heart app right now and search the Nikki Glazer podcast to start listening.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Speaking of that Nikki Glazer podcast, see her PETA ad?
Oh, yeah.
Oof. Oof-ha. Yowza. Guardians, cold bats today. You know, they took the first 2 games against the Mets. They're ending that series this afternoon. So far, it's 3-0 New York. So we'll see what happens there. But the win last night and the night before, Guardians over the Mets. And then they'll hit the road. They're going to be playing, I think they go out west for the weekend. They're playing the Angels. And then they will play somebody else. I have to imagine that they're probably playing somebody else after they play the Angels. Oh, they play the Rockies. They're in Denver. And 17 straight wins for Mustard. Your thoughts, Mary Santora?
Boo!
Yeah, Mary Santora famously on the big board with a repeated chance of FU Mustard.
Mm-hmm. Team
And
Ketchup.
17 straight wins for Mustard. Ketchup with 3, Onion with 3, Mustard.
It's rigged.
17 straight wins.
I was there on Friday night watching Mustard dominate.
Oh, good for you.
Now, to what
not
do you
rigged.
attribute? You don't think it's rigged?
How could it be rigged?
I don't know either. But, listen, people are
There's
asking
the- there's-
questions.
there's-
I'm just asking questions.
There's more scrutiny on the hot dog races than there is in any other major league sport.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing. 17, when it took him what? It was like mid-season before Mustard even won a race last year.
It was like almost to the end of the season.
So, come on. I mean, what? He just had a really good offseason. I don't buy it.
I couldn't remember.
Are you saying that he's using performance-enhancing drugs?
It might be. I don't know what
Performance-enhancing buns? I wasn't sure if I was misremembering how poorly Mustard did last season.
No, they did.
Was it
Right.
last season or the season before? I thought the season before it was when.
Well, one of those two. I mean, Mustard not
That
known
was
for
last
excelling
year.
in those races.
I don't know.
And that's why I'd always felt like punching down. No, I'm not a believer in punching down as a concept. I think it's silly. But,
How?
what's that?
How's it silly?
How punching down?
Yeah.
Well, because you're telling someone else that they're below you. And I don't.
Okay, so
I'm
you were
saying
saying
that he's below
okay.
me. He's below Ketchup.
Well, what I'm saying is to assume that Mustard couldn't excel at this level. I think that that tells us a lot about ourselves. Quite
Nobody
frankly.
assumed it.
Well,
he proved it.
you have FU Mustard on the brain.
Yeah.
By the way, Mustard,
will.
out of those 3, Mustard, the superior addition to a hot dog.
You are
Onion
out
and
of your
ketchup,
mind.
pardon me.
No,
What are you,
out of your mind.
5? No,
So if you had to
Mustard.
pick just one of those 3, you would pick Mustard.
Yes.
Oh, not Ketchup. I'm Ketchup all the way,
you
dude.
mental?
No, I am
Again,
not.
well, you're getting Dr. Pepper in a baby bottle. So
I
that
love Dr. Pepper. That'll never change.
I don't know if I mean, most of the time I don't even go for ketchup on a hot dog.
At all.
it's
At
blasphemy, dude.
all.
Blasphemy.
You guys are gross. You guys are gross. You don't even understand. You don't even understand food. Alan, first of all, no one's taking any advice from what you think on food.
I'm not telling him to
First of
take
all.
my advice. We're talking about
First
what
of
we
all.
have on hot dogs. I'm not telling him to take my advice. I'm not
I
telling
like all
anybody
3.
to
No,
do.
not onion. Ketchup, mustard, relish is usually what I'll do on a hot
I don't
dog.
want onion breath. No thanks.
No onion. Ketchup, mustard, relish.
That's
I'd
fine.
go
That's
mustard
fine.
relish.
Mustard relish.
Mustard relish.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I'll throw ketchup on there just if I'm. But like most of the time, just mustard and relish is what I need.
Pickle spear.
I don't mind a little onion on there.
Slice of tomato.
You want the Chicago dog, which they're very good.
When I
like
can
it.
get
Some
one.
celery salt.
Celery salt. But mustard over ketchup, yes. And this is a guy with a raging sweet tooth. But ketchup, I mean, listen, ketchup is sweet. I understand why people like it and want it.
Here
but
we go.
What do you
The
mean,
only
here
person
we
on the
go?
planet. Ketchup is just a little too sweet for me. I
I
don't need
didn't
all
say
that
it's too
added.
sweet.
I
It
don't
is
need all
sweet.
that added sugar.
Don't. No one does. No one needs that.
No one needs anything. No one needs a hot dog.
I understand you prefer it, but I'm just saying.
It's all unnecessary, Alan, because everyone's going to
Why
die
are,
alone.
by the way,
okay?
why are you so adamant in the pro ketchup camp when we are just saying we think ketchup doesn't belong? You're so adamant. It's like you're trying to convince yourself, Mary.
I'm not trying to convince myself.
Are you trying to convince us
I know how I feel.
and hot
I am
dog
trying to convince
consumers?
you. Yeah, that you're wrong. You're wrong.
You know why the real reason, and it wasn't because he wanted to, we talked about this yesterday briefly, wasn't the real reason wasn't that he wanted to focus on his health and his well-being. Do you know the real reason why Kobayashi finally retired from Major League eating?
Why?
Because too much ketchup involved.
There was no ketchup involved.
That and the dunking into the water. It's yeah.
He's tired of just gulping down wet bread.
I guess that's to get it to go down easier, but why don't you just eat the hot dogs? Just eat them. Why make them wet? Just eat them. Why is it on speed? I mean, I would like to see people just eating hot dogs. You know, you check back on them. It doesn't have to be done in 10 minutes. You check back on him and you go, oh, this guy's had 15 hot dogs. And you go and do something else. And then at the end of it, you go, who had the most hot dogs? To me, part of the whole hot dog eating contest thing there is what makes it awful is dunking it in the water. Because you have to practice that too. It's not like you just come out of nowhere and suck down a bunch of soggy dogs on July 4th on Coney Island. You're practicing like that. But 17 straight wins for Mustard. And it couldn't. Now, fortunes may change. They have before. I would go merely by the number of people on social media who seem to be really, really pleased with that result. There are a lot of people. Ketchup is the one that gets all the accolades because it's sweet. It's a condiment for children. Mustard, it's a bit more nuanced.
Everything you like is for children. What are you doing?
Who, me?
Yes. You drink Mountain Dew and eat High Chews. Come at me.
I haven't had a High Chew in 6 months.
Oh, you're off it?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of off the candy. Once my daughter started calling me a grown man who likes candy, I was like, well, okay, but no, I'm not on the candy. But okay, yeah, you're right, Mountain Dew. Now, I don't think children should be drinking Mountain Dew, so I reject that notion on principle. You say you like stuff for kids, but ketchup is it's sweet. But the notion, you seem aghast at the notion that people would prefer mustard over ketchup.
I just think that's a crazy way to live your life. If it works for you, then it works for you. Whatever, man. I can't control your taste buds, but that's wild.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I agree with you and Bill. There is no ketchup, only mustard.
There we go.
Ketchup is a condiment of poor people, somebody said. Well, I don't know that.
Just as expensive as mustard.
I was going to say, I don't know that mustard is more expensive than ketchup. There are fancier kinds of mustard. Maybe that's why people think that it's
There's fancier ketchups now, too.
Are there?
Oh, yeah. There's all sorts of crazy ketchup bastardizations.
Well, but they put sriracha in them, but I don't know.
No, I mean, there's like bacon ketchup and all sorts of weird flavor.
Bacon ketchup? Oh, really? No. Alan, I never learned how to tell if I was being hit on. Nobody was interested in me until my first year of college. That was kind of me, too. And one girl practically said, I request your boner. Well, how about that? See, that would be nice.
Go.
Let's kind of make it like, yeah, old-timey. You got to fill out a form in triplicate.
Boner.
What, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
I miss you. And so, yeah, it's hard to figure those things out. But congratulations to Mustard. The best mixed signal story is when Nicole Kidman went on Fallon to tell the story of how she went to his apartment a long time ago, and he didn't realize that she was interested in him. I think I saw that. That was making the rounds a while back. Imagine an alternate universe in which Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise are done, and she doesn't meet Keith Urban, and Jimmy Fallon doesn't meet Drew Barrymore, who would introduce him to his wife, Nancy Javonen. Imagine an alternate universe in which Nicole Kidman hits on Jimmy Fallon.
That's a height difference.
Huh?
I said that's a large height difference.
Between him and
Isn't he
Keith
like
Urban?
5'8"?
Jimmy Fallon?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's probably taller than that, but Keith Urban is like 5'6" or something, isn't he? He's real short.
And Nicole Kidman's like 6 foot, right?
He's tall.
Yeah.
Alan, what about mayonnaise on a hot dog?
What?
Listen,
Go to bed.
You can put whatever you want on there. I'm just saying that I think Mary's wrong in assuming that people are crazy if they don't want ketchup on a hot dog.
I just think you're...
Some people put mayo. But how is this on me? You keep saying I think you're...
Well, it's because it's about you. Everything's about you.
It's really not. It's really not.
Whose name is on the show?
Yeah, mine.
All right, then.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to take all the blame.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
You're responsible for the good
and
the bad.
When you're right, you're right.
When good things happen, Alan did it. When
bad
things happen, Alan did it.
Yeah, you got to take the rough with the smooth.
I
know. It's the two sides of the same coin. Yeah, you're right. I know. I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000. That could buy you the same amount of ketchup as mustard, I'd wager. $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. I hope you win. It's your last week to grab one of these keywords, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. that's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, mustard is better because it brings relief to a myriad of ailments. Have you ever taken mustard for when you weren't feeling well?
If it's all I have, like no.
Seriously?
Like it's one of those things. It's if you have like heartburn or something and all you have is mustard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it can help.
I've never heard of this.
I haven't.
I made it up right now, so you should have.
Oh, okay. Well, Bill's got unground mustard seed in his kitchen.
I've never.
I was going to say mustard doesn't seem like a go-to for heartburn.
Yeah. If you want to make your heartburn worse, then you just mainline some mustard.
I mean, listen, mustard is an ancient seed. It's been around a long time. How long has the
ketchup?
How long has the ketchup seed been around?
It's a grain.
Oh, the ketchup
Alan.
grain. I'm sorry.
Grow up.
How long does ketchup grain grows on trees or vines or bushes or how does that?
It's a grain.
It's a grain. The ketchup.
grows
Well,
on
we've established
stalks.
that. I'm sorry.
Stalk.
Oh, a stalk.
Oh, ketchup grain. Yes.
Can you grow it in just temperate climates or how does that?
No, anywhere. That's why it's
Anywhere.
So versatile.
Wow. All right.
You can grow it in Alaska. You can grow it in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, so it's a hardy grain.
It's a
That's what
hardy
they mean
grain.
when you get those bread. Because I got a loaf of bread. I bought a thing of. I was trying to take your guys' advice in the morning and eating some grains, right? Because I really don't want to eat, but if I'm going to work out, I need to. And so I bought bagel thins. Have you seen these?
Mm-hmm.
They're basically they call them that for marketing purposes, but I don't think that they have much in common with an actual bagel. They're kind of like real thinly sliced, and then I
They're
slap
closer to like a wrap.
something. I mean, they're shaped like a bagel, and they're just sliced in half. But it's very thin. So I slather them with like peanut butter and banana. But I can tell you that in the ingredients of this multi-grain product, I did not see ketchup seed in there.
It's a grain.
I did not see ketchup grain in there.
Jesus, you don't listen.
Although I'll tell you what, my mother's family, my extended family in Illinois are rural people, a lot of farmers. And we wouldn't see them very often. But when I was a kid, I used to love, on those rare occasions, when we would go downstate to visit our extended family, and to be among the ketchup stalks as far as the eye could see.
Yeah.
I've got such fond memories of that.
If you get really lucky and you
The
have a
air
good-
smelled of vinegar and it was this cloying smell in the air, but it was very good.
if you get real lucky and there's a large enough farm of ketchup stalks, then you can have a ketchup maze in October. It's very nice.
Well, now you're just being ridiculous.
No.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not too much. Just got out of the hospital, eh?
Oh, are you okay? What happened?
I'm an alcoholic. I've been drinking for a long time. I ended up bleeding from my esophagus into my stomach. Ended up spending some time in intensive care.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
James, can you turn your radio down for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, man. I don't want to hear myself once, let alone twice. So are you okay now? Is this a regular thing?
No. This was the first time it happened. And I went through substance recovery program at the VA.
Wow.
I've got myself. I'm doing
What do you drink, James? What's your drink of choice?
whiskey.
Whiskey. Irish or Kentucky?
Yeah. Irish.
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, continued success, James. What can I do for you now?
Nothing, really. I just wanted to comment on the hot dog.
James, I'm just happy to be out of the hospital. I don't give a rat's ass what dumb crap you guys are talking about. I want to throw in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, lay it on me.
Well, like I said, if you're going to eat a chili dog, then onions, ketchup, and maybe cheese.
Onions, ketchup, and cheese on a chili dog. See, I never put any. When it came to those, I would use the John Mellencamp method, where I would just suck on my chili dogs, and so you can't put anything on them because obviously that gets
They'll choke.
Yeah, very very messy and. Okay. All right. Listen, James, take care of yourself. Okay.
I will, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There's James. A future that could have been for our own Mary Santora had she not committed herself to sobriety.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. You could be calling us from the hospital with a hole burned into your esophagus.
Not today.
Not today, Satan.
On a chili dog, I have a very different opinion. Chili dog, I want. Now this is going to really ruffle some feathers. Chili, cheese, not sour cream. Chili, cheese, coleslaw.
Oh, that sounds great.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, of course. That's all great.
Forever.
It's like yeah. Now I'm not.
Well, there's no conies out there, so you're.
I know it's no pizza, no conies. There's nothing I can get.
Nothing. No.
No good food in
it's
this
terrible.
city.
There's no hamburgers. Nothing. Yeah, coleslaw. Yeah, okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
But I only like the coleslaw on a hot. Well, I can't say that because I've never had coleslaw on a regular hot dog. But I love it. The mix with chili, a little crunch, a little creamy. You know.
Now, have you ever had a coleslaw with little bits of hot dog cut into it?
Maybe I should try that.
That's what I'm saying. That way,
like a little coleslaw bowl.
Yeah. You get the
hot dog coleslaw bowl.
You get the same kind of mixture, the same vibe, different ratio. And I'd recommend after you cut up the hot dog, just sear it in the pan a little bit.
Yeah.
Little pan-fried hot dog. Huh?
This isn't a cold salad, a cold coleslaw hot dog.
No.
Where you just take it right out of the package.
The coleslaw is cold. You put a little sear on the hot dog slices, and then that goes into the cold salad.
I'm
really? No hot dog into the cold salad?
I would need to take the hot dog directly from the package, cut it up with scissors into the cold coleslaw.
Oh, you wouldn't even cook the hot dog. I mean, I know they're already cooked, but you wouldn't heat them up.
It's a cold salad.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
Maybe a little seasoning salt. Maybe some paprika.
Joke's on you, jokers. Now that Mary has put her $74 in that bonus hole game, I'm going to drive from Canton to New York City and win it all. Love you.
Yeah. You hear that evil laugh he had?
I heard it.
He's going to go all the way there, and he's going to extract the $74 that this audience gave you.
They did.
For bonus hole, and he's going to win it all back.
We're up to so much. I haven't checked in like a day or two.
Is it just sitting in your Venmo? People keep,
yeah.
and they go, hey, next time, this is for next time you do bonus hole.
This is probably Sunday or Monday, depending on when I get the time. All right, 5, 15, 20, 25, 35, 43, 44, 46, 51, 61, 62, 72, 77, $87 we're at for this week's bonus.
Jesus.
You're going to be there so long.
That's what we're at currently every day. One comes through, $2, $3, $7. Yep.
Yeah, good for you.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
This is when I'm like, guys, this is stupid. I feel like I should cap it at $50.
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
That's
$87.
And it's not even
so dumb.
the day yet. You still
there's
get
still
more.
5 days. And also, I have to see what the situation is because if they didn't restock it with watches and gold and
then what's the point
doubloons, right?
Yeah, you got to check on the doubloons that are in there. Do you tell people, hey, next time is this? You give them a date, or you just kind of
usually a couple days out.
Yeah.
So I knew that I was going to do laundry Sunday because it was the only time I had free for the, week or whatever. This time I'll probably, I don't know when I'll do laundry.
Wow.
We'll see.
That's pretty exciting.
I try to give them a heads up of a couple days, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to have to watch one of these coming up when you do it.
Dude, tune in, man.
Yeah.
Enthralling.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alan starts Venmoing me all his money.
Yeah.
Go back.
Hey, here's $500. When are you doing bonus hole next?
Dude, I looked it up online. I can buy a bonus hole game for $1,000.
Oh, God. So many people were sending me, hey, send this to Mary, send this to Mary. But we had kind of talked about it on the air that you could get your own. The one that I saw was like $15,000.
Oh, no. They're like $500 for the game, but then it's like another $500 for shipping because the website I saw, they have to
and you got to fill it with
China.
coins.
Right, but I'm saying if it's 1,000, I've already gotten almost $160 from people in 2 weeks. Where I'm like, if I spend $1,000 on this, and then
Just make that your career.
Like make my career on bonus hole. No, but like it's a good investment. I don't know how I could maybe if
It's a good investment.
But how much? So
that's a bit of a leap.
But what's the set? So you put $74 in there. But they can't go and take that out.
Who?
The people that have the machine.
Why wouldn't they?
Because doesn't it go into the pot?
No, well they have they can take out anything. They
Yeah,
open a key. How do you
they
think
own the machine.
There's bills. There's $20 bills and watches. How do you think they don't come with the machine?
Right, but I mean, you put $74 in there, and it like the stack stays about the same. Like, are they counting? Like, okay, we know we made a bunch of money this week.
Probably. I have no idea. I have no idea how it works. I'm assuming there's a couple different areas where the coins go because I didn't filter through. $74 never came back to me.
Right.
So yes, some of it stays in the machine. Some of it goes into the bonus hole. Some of it, I don't know if there's a secret compartment where it might also go, where they just keep that money. I have no idea.
They're skimming off the top of bonus hole.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's worth looking into.
But if I spend $1,000 on my own,
do it.
Then I can load it up with my money, and then people, that's what we'll do. This is the new plan.
Are you just going to walk around with it?
It's like the size of a vending machine.
Right, you put it on a dolly.
No.
And then you wander around. You bring a battery so you can.
No. It'll be in my apartment.
So you're
and
gonna
then
invite people over to
She's
your
got
apartment?
a hand truck everywhere she goes.
I'm going to invest my own money into it, right? So, and then you can say you Venmo me $50 and you say, this is for bonus hole. I'll FaceTime you. I'll put your $50 in. And then whatever you win from your 50, I'll Venmo you back.
Can you just go get famous as a comedian?
Wow, all of this it's very confusing.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to
This might
follow
work.
along, but it's
Because then if they only get $28 back, I just made $22 on their bonus hole.
Well, it's definitely one of the more unique side hustles I've ever heard.
It could work. Is all I'm
It
saying.
could work. It could all work. Bonus holio. I need TP for my bunghole. I got a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you'll see the pictures, and we'll be right back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This weekend, the Buzzard.
Almost heaven is down to earth in West Virginia. Plan your getaway now at wvtourism.com.
Hey, it's Bill. Right now at Wendy's, kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. Wendy's breakfast burrito is hearty and delicious with 6 strips of bacon, seasoned potatoes, 2 fresh cracked eggs, and 2 slices of cheese, all wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. So Wendy's new breakfast burrito is basically a complete breakfast in one hand and ready to go anywhere you go. The office, the job site, running errands. Download the app from Wendy's. That way you earn points towards free Wendy's and get the new breakfast burrito during breakfast hours only. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Third Eye Blind this summer. Third Eye Blind headlining the Summer Gods Tour. Well, it's in the name. It's got to be summer. Yellow Card and Arizona are the support on the tour. It's Friday, July 5th, out at Blossom. Big season for Blossom in 2024. LiveNation.com's got all the info for you. This pair for you or for your caller number 10. Get you to Third Eye Blind in July. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
As soon as I can learn how to run a computer, I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
Can you feel the love tonight?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
This was when people figured that Third Eye Blind wasn't just going to be a one-hit wonder. This is the follow-up to Semi-Charmed Life.
Mm-hmm.
And people were like, oh, these guys might be onto something.
This is a superior song, in my opinion.
You think so? Graduate to Semi-Charmed Life?
Graduate is awesome.
Well, wasn't this in a bunch of movies in the 90s, too?
As it should
I feel like people knew it from movies and things like that. When these guys played the American Music Awards that year, they sang, "Can I Masturbate?" Because they're cheeky. Instead of "Can I
It's a
Graduate?"
silly move. I like it.
Masturbate. Because that's what the reason they did that is I guarantee that's what they wanted to say in the song, and the record label's like, nah, let's do something else. Because "Can I Graduate?" is ridiculous. It doesn't mean anything. It's so stupid. And then you got to backpedal like, oh no, the song's about. Well, listen, graduation season, and you really have to look far and wide for somebody who has given a graduation commencement address and not gotten a bunch of people's dander up. There was Jerry Seinfeld, there was Harrison Butker, there was, you name it. This is the time of year where you get people of some kind of influence and whatever their area of expertise is asked to give speeches. And then there's SUNY Delhi, State University of New York in Delhi. It's really in the middle of nowhere. It's probably about, I don't think we have any bureau chiefs there, but it's probably about an hour from Binghamton. I know we have people in Binghamton. And they got their commencement speaker right from their own backyard. Do you remember Steve Burns from Blue's Clues?
Yeah.
Well, apparently he lives in this town. And it doesn't look like a huge graduating class. It's a New York State college. I don't know how big the graduating class is. But they asked him to give the commencement speech because you're talking to a generation of kids now that were weaned on Blue's Clues, graduating from college. And he's like, a lot of you have probably just seen me around town. Steve Burns was a guy, I think he was the first host of Blue's Clues. My older kids watched Blue's Clues, and they were little. And my second grader watched it for like maybe a cup of coffee, but I don't think it really scratched her where she itched. But he left that show because he was going bald prematurely. And he said, I didn't want to be a young man going bald on television. And he was a musician, and he played in bands and kind of tried to get that going. And it seems like maybe he's just settled into some small-town, college-town life.
Hi, I'm Steve Burns, and if you know me at all, you probably just know me as Steve. With one name and no last name. Like Beyonce. You see, 45 million years ago, I was the original gangster host of a children's television show on Nickelodeon called...
Did you say original gangster host?
Yes. I was the original gangster host of a children's television show on Nickelodeon called Blue's Clues. Now, I'm... Good, great. Blue's Clues was a really kind of weird children's television show. I wore the same bat outfit all the time and was generally very nice and very excited about absolutely everything. I hung out with an animated puzzle-solving puppy who was blue. I had meaningful conversations with my condiments. I sang songs with a bar of soap. When the mail showed up, dude, I broke out. I went crazy. I sang songs and jumped into the air.
See, that's nice. You're not wading into anything controversial. You're just a guy around the town. You're talking to people who know who you are and watched your show. He said he had a concern when he was doing the show about a motivational phrase that he would say during Blue's Clues, because he said preschool viewers are a very literal group of people. And he would say, if you use your mind and take a step at a time, you can do anything that you want to do. People who remember that show remember him kind of sing-talking that. And he said he used to get letters from viewers, from kids, who would say, I want to be a pizza or a car or whatever that. And so, I don't know. That's a golden opportunity if you were hosting one of those shows to write those kids back and go, listen, stupid. You're never going to be a pizza.
Idiot.
Dear Jimmy, 4-year-old, stop trying to be a pizza. There's a lot of typing for just that.
It is a lot of typing for
Slow. He is a slow typer.
But he played good for a 4-year-old.
No, this is Steve writing him back.
Oh, Steve writing
Yeah,
him
no,
back,
the
okay.
kid doesn't know QWERTY from a hole in the ground, but Steve he's a fast typer, but for some reason, he doesn't.
A lot of misspelling and
backspacing. A lot of backspacing. Dear 4-year-old Timmy.
You're so dumb.
My name is Steve. You may know me from the show Blue's Clues. You big dummy. And then he just, puts a stamp on it and mails it out. Stop trying to be a pizza. So I don't know if there's a Steve Burns-assance that is upon us. I know he did a thing with the Today Show a while back about the legacy of Blue's Clues. And I don't know if that show is even still on. I know that they had like a character that was playing his brother for a while.
Joe, I think.
Joe. There you go.
He wore green. Or did Steve wear green and Joe wear blue?
I think Steve wore green, I believe. He had like the
I think
green.
Steve wore green,
yellow?
yes.
I don't know. They each had a color.
The guy that played Joe was an actor named Donovan Patton. And they had a different guy in the UK. Again, I don't know if Blue's Clues is still on, but it was like, at the time, over there on Nickelodeon, nothing could touch it. I think now the biggest show is Bluey. I don't know that that's on Nickelodeon, but Bluey is a show that's extraordinarily popular. My daughter can't get enough of that show. So, listen, we're awash, we're neck deep in people giving commencement speeches, and his sounds okay. There's a weather guy down in Florida. A good friend of mine was, she retired a couple of years ago. She's my age, still young. Young and vibrant and spry, Mary.
Spry.
But her entire career was as a television meteorologist. She was on in Michigan for a couple of years, but she spent 25 years on the air in Orlando, and she finally left. One of her colleagues is a guy named Steve McLaughlin, and this guy kind of went off in one of his weather forecasts because of DeSantis rolling back all of the climate change. There can be no language in Florida legislation referring to climate change. Freedom starts with censorship. Never forget. So this guy was like, yeah, we kind of tell you guys what's going on with the weather, and you might have noticed that things are weird. And he thinks it's silly that that's what's going on down there.
On Thursday, we reported on NBC6 News that the government of Florida was beginning to roll back really important climate change legislation and really important climate change language, in spite of the fact that the state of Florida over the last couple of years has seen record heat, record flooding, record rain, record insurance rates, and the corals are dying all around the state. The entire world is looking to Florida to lead in climate change, and our government is saying that climate change is no longer the priority it once was. Please keep it.
Now, I don't know if the entire world is looking to Florida. I thought that was a kind of an odd thing to say. The entire world, if anybody's looking to Florida to lead in anything other than alligator bites and cars on blocks, you're pointed in the wrong direction. I don't know where he got the idea that the world is looking to Florida for leadership on climate.
Keep in mind, the most powerful climate change solution is the one you already have in the palm of your hands, the right to vote. And we will never tell you.
What'd you say?
Neglect.
Neglect. The most powerful tool you have is neglect.
Oh, if you want to fix it.
But we will tell you this. We implore you to please do your research and know that there are candidates that believe in climate change and that there are solutions, and there are candidates that don't. On Thursday, we reported
Yeah,
on
so anyway, this guy is, again, he's not, I don't know if that rises to the level of being a verbal lashing, but that's one of those things where you wonder if he had a conversation with management after that. People are very nervous about that kind of stuff there. But obviously there are plenty of people still denying climate change.
Well,
but this
it's
guy's
not real. I mean,
This is why Florida sucks.
Well, there is that, Mary. But listen, never forget that the eyes of the world are on Florida to lead and looking to Ron DeSantis and his cowboy boot lifts.
I heard a little bit of Stansbury today talking about climate change being the end of the world, and he was in the camp of AI is going to be more of a problem first. Where do you guys stand on that? Do you think the climate change is going to be a problem, or is AI going to ruin us first?
Well, we're already in climate change. I mean, it's already happening.
What's the one that's going to do it, though?
yeah, but climate change happens slower.
Right. So AI would be, I would think, the more potential immediate threat.
Unless AI solves climate change.
Well,
That's
some
where
people
nobody's thinking like that.
Some people are hoping that they're already using AI to develop. Medical researchers are using AI to develop combinations of things for drugs and vaccines, and that they're like
We've been doing that for years. It's called speedball.
That would have never occurred to them, right? So they're like, from that aspect, those are the kind of things that everyone would love to see AI used for. But the companies that are developing it, we know how it's going to go, and they're not at all concerned about guardrails or anything like that. So we all know how it's going to go. I guess the best you can hope for is that in the meantime, there are some substantive good things that are developed from it. But the climate change stuff, I mean, it's already happening.
Prove it. I never seen a nice cat milk.
I haven't either. But there's a lot of things.
A lot
of things I haven't seen. Yeah, and like if the movie theater's too hot,
Mm-hmm.
it goes out. Oof, in the popcorn.
Mary, you all right? You smelling okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
I just
It's
saw
hot.
her take a whiff of her
It's
pits.
hot
Oh,
outside.
God.
It's 83 degrees, and I have
You're
a
sniffing your pits?
20-pound backpack that I have to take with me every frigging day. I hate it.
What's
There's
in it?
My laptop, my headphones, my
All the stuff she needs on a day-to-day basis.
yeah, everything I need to come in and do radio.
That's
Usually I have my
20
lunch in there.
pounds?
That's not actually 20 pounds, but the
was
one time
gonna
I
say.
weighed it in my water bottle, the one time I weighed it, and it was like, when my water bottle's full, it's like 15 pounds. It's heavy.
Well, yeah, if you're carrying water weight, Mary. That's what people say when
Oh,
they
is
say
that what
Mary
it
looks
is?
like she's carrying some water weight.
That's very nice of them to know.
Stay hydrated.
But my backpack's heavy, and it's 83 degrees outside, and I have to walk a mile to the train. So I'm drenched in sweat by the time I get there.
Is a liar sometimes.
It's like truly disgusting how sweaty, and it's 100% humidity here every day. It's so hot. And I'm like, I'm not going to make it in July, but I had to reapply deodorant because by the time I got in today, I was already not smelling great.
I would like that to be almost a PSA to people out there. Put more deodorant on.
Yeah.
Last night, it was warm at the show that I was doing, and I walked by some people, and I was like, guys, it is we're too in too small of a space for us
For
to
you
be
to
this
stink.
smelly.
Yeah,
These
for
are
real.
dudes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be stinky. If you are afraid of the cancer you get from deodorant, I'll chip in on your GoFundMe.
I was going to say, yeah.
Don't want you to stink.
I understand not wanting aluminum in your deodorant, but that doesn't mean
But
that
that's
you
more
just
for
get rid of deodorant.
But that's more for antiperspirant anyway, right?
I don't know.
I thought that was for antiperspirant.
You
with
might be
that.
right.
But whatever it is, it's worth not being the smelly person. Please don't smell.
Yeah.
Well, you're starting to see a lot of like humor pieces being written on the rise of whole body deodorants. And everybody makes the same joke. Hey, if your whole body smells, deodorant is not your problem.
Right.
You know, you see
Take
a
a
lot
shower.
of these ads now for these, oh, put it everywhere. And they're all very female centric. But they're like, ladies, put it. But even like the Old Spice commercials, Ronnie Cheng's in one where they're like, oh, it makes it makes everything smell good from your pits to and then you have the girl like near the guy's feet. But that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about your balls. And it's like, hey, listen, man. Yeah, I don't understand it. See, I only sweat if I sweat at all, it's only in one pit. But I will.
Ew.
I will.
Is there
I don't
something
know
wrong
why.
with your glands?
I don't know why. I'm an undersweater as it is, so I barely sweat at all.
I'm very sweaty.
But if I ever do, it's like in one pit.
It's my pits. It's my back because I'm carrying the backpack, so my entire back is completely drenched. My neck, everything, dude. It's so gross.
So your neck,
honestly,
your back.
yes,
Okay.
and the crack.
Oh, all of it.
I've honestly looked into buying a second laptop that I can leave at work because if I didn't have to carry,
it sounds like the weight is in the water. I mean, I basically have
Dude,
what you
even
have
when-
in your
no.
backpack, and
even
mine
when I
doesn't feel.
don't have my water in there, it's still heavy, man. I'm telling you because and I also pack a lunch every day, so I mean that's the same thing too. But
get a laptop from a company. They
Are you
usually
eating nuts and bolts? Why,
give you
why
one.
is your lunch so heavy?
no, and I also I have a giant Monster Energy backpack. Like it's not a lightweight
Right.
The backpack probably weighs 3 pounds on its own.
Mm-hmm.
They won't give me a laptop, first of all, and second of all,
It's
the
like
only reason-
it's like you're doing you're like hiking with a rucksack through the
They
mountains
won't-
every
They
day.
got piles of these things.
they won't let me on the email list. I doubt they're gonna give me a laptop. Also,
No,
the
you
only
don't
reason-
ask. You don't ask. You ask from the people here.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but they need to send me a laptop with a good camera because the only reason I bring my laptop to work is so that we can be on Zoom. So
Well, there's
unless
a-
they send me
Is there a camera in there?
There's a camera, yeah, on my.
Let's try that one tomorrow. That way, if we can try that.
I would love that. I would
All right.
love to not because I'm telling you between.
Oh, we use the camera on your laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's the
didn't
only reason
realize
I
that.
bring my laptop every day
I
is so that I can be on
This
camera.
is an easy fix.
And if I had to, if I didn't,
I'll just have to email
do
the link
that-
instead because you won't have Messenger on there, but we can fix it. Let's try it in the break.
Yeah, I would love that because then I can just bring like a little lunch sack and then I don't have to
Bring
carry
everything
my
else.
whole backpack every day.
All right.
That'd be wonderful.
Well, listen, anything we can do to help you sweat less.
It's so sweaty. And it's only, I'm like nervous. Like it's been in the 80s the last couple days. I know. And I'm like, it's May, dude. Like come August.
Summer is miserable there.
When it's really, I've been here in July before and it was in like the upper 90s. And it's like, you might as well, I know you have to shower, but like you shower and then you walk outside and it's so humid. It's like, why did I even take a shower? I'm completely drenched in sweat again. So.
And it's going to be brutal everywhere.
Yeah.
But especially there.
Yeah.
All right, I got to take a break here. Hey, want to go see, what do I have? Oh, no, Rise Against tickets a little bit later on. They're coming through this summer if you want to see them. Get you those Nick Swardson passes around 420. He's doing the Goodyear Theater. More money, though, 3:30. Listen for that next keyword to get yourself $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Anything else you want to text for 35192 or hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
A mix of clouds and sunshine for your Wednesday with showers and possibly severe thunderstorms for some throughout the day. Highs in the mid-80s. A slight chance of showers or storms tonight with lingering clouds and overnight lows in the low 60s. For your Thursday, partly to mostly sunny, a little cooler, highs in the upper 70s.
This report is sponsored by Buffalo Wild Wings. Head to Buffalo Wild Wings for all you can eat boneless wings and fries on Mondays and Wednesdays for just $19.99. Dine in only at participating locations. Taxes and fees including service extra. Not available with BWW Go. May not be combined with any other discounts or offers.
Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's time to hit the road with a brand new Kia from Kia of Streetsboro. We're bringing you the hottest deals of the season. Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2024 Kia Forte LXS for just $249 a month. Sign and drive away with zero do-it signing. That's right, zero, zilch, nada. Enjoy a 36-month lease with 10,000 miles per year. Plus, take advantage of an exclusive 3.9% APR up to 48 months. Or elevate your summer adventures with a 2024 Kia Sportage LX. Just $299 a month. Sign and drive. Again, zero do-it signing for a 36-month lease and 10,000 miles per year. Plus, take advantage of 1.9% financing up to 48 months. Don't wait. Make this summer one to remember at Kia of Streetsboro. KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
These offers are subject to taxes and applicable fees. Residency restrictions apply. Expires 5/31/24. See dealer for additional details.
O'Reilly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Right now during Ram season, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $479 a month for 42 months with $4,279 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 35,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/3/2024.
Hey, it's Alan. We're always looking for fun stuff to do, right? Whether it's a date night or hanging out with friends. Join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus. It's a 90-minute tour through Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods and entertainment districts. Your tour guide, very funny local comedians who put their spin on the whole shebang. We leave from Collision Bend Brewery. You can bring your own beer and wine. Tours are Thursday through Sunday every week through Christmas. You can also do private tours available daily. Tickets, info, everything. Go to funnybus.net.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. That's because the future can be unpredictable. But no matter what's in the forecast, we'll help you feel protected so you can enjoy the dreams you've worked hard for with peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Some people think Taco Bell is only for late night. But if that was the case, it wouldn't be open all day. That'd be horrible management. It's also for daytime, which is why Taco Bell's introducing the new Cantina Chicken menu. With new Cantina Chicken tacos, burrito, and quesadilla, with seasoned slow roasted chicken, and even a new avocado verde salsa packet. You should try it today. Emphasizing that word so you don't forget that it's not just for late night.
Introducing the new Cantina Chicken menu, Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations while supplies last. Contact store for participation which varies.
Your Memorial Day weekend haul can be found with one stop at Meijer. Pick up fresh from Meijer 80% lean ground beef family pack for just $1.99 a pound. Plus, buy 5, save $5 on Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, Breyer's ice cream, and 24-pack Coca-Cola or Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable. And rev up your savings and earn 50 points per gallon of gas pumped at any Meijer Express through June 1st. Get everything you need for Memorial Day this week at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlock 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Some people think Taco Bell is only for late night. But if that was the case, it wouldn't be open all day. That'd be horrible management. It's also for daytime, which is why Taco Bell's introducing the new Cantina Chicken menu. With new Cantina Chicken tacos, burrito, and quesadilla, with seasoned slow roasted chicken, and even a new avocado verde salsa packet. You should try it today. Emphasizing that word so you don't forget that it's not just for late night.
Introducing the new Cantina Chicken menu, Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations while supplies last. Contact store for participation which varies.
Start clean with Clorox because Clorox delivers a powerful clean every time. Because messes happen. Because the charcoal mask. Great, because why would I put that on my face when I could drop it in my sink? This is what I get for multitasking. Ugh, why is charcoal so sticky?
Hello?
Hey, Janice. I am so sorry. I thought I was on mute. No, we don't need to reschedule. I'll just stay off camera. Ooh, yeah, that happens. So start clean with Clorox. Use Clorox products as directed.
Hey, it's Alan Kona, Big Wave, and the Buzzard have teamed up to give you a chance to win a trip or two to Hawaii. Get to a participating retailer, find the Kona Big Wave beer display, scan that QR code, and you're registered. Get to WMMS.com for details and more ways to win. Everything is better on Aloha time. Enjoy responsibly.
Have you heard? There's always more at Speedway, like a Big Bite hot dog and Big Gulp drink for only $2.50. We've got what you're in the mood for, and now you can get more with less. Get your big meal deal for only $2.50 with Speedy Rewards. Valid through 1/7/25. Speedway has the right to end this promotion early, plus tax. Participating U.S. stores only. See app for full terms. All rights reserved.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our greater Cleveland area financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Hey there, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen out in Menor. I was just out there. They're on Tyler Boulevard talking to my buddy Mike Urban. Whatever new ride you're looking for in your life, they're going to have something for you. You're looking for a brand new ID4, that's their top-of-the-line EV. 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan is a fantastic ride, and right now, qualified buyers can get it for 0% for 60 months through Volkswagen Credit. You get style and economic sense, and all of it in the 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. Get online, look around, driveclassicvw.com.
iHeart's Classic Rock Radio counts down the top 500 rock songs of all time, commercial-free Memorial Day weekend. The best of the best, from Zeppelin, Tom Petty, Nirvana, The Stones, and so many more. The top 500 rock songs of all time. 500 to 1, commercial free. Open the free iHeart app, search Classic Rock, and start listening. iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Alan Cox.
A drummer, or even a real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
I got more money here for you in about 8 or 9 minutes. $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Last week, to grab one of these keywords, put $1,000 in your pocket. So, Friday, around 5:30, very last one for a bit, and as we go into the holiday weekend. We will be out, of course, on Monday, back next Tuesday. Comedian Paul Scheer is on the show tomorrow. He's got a new memoir. Ian Bagg, comedian doing the weekend at Hilarities. Always fun to see him. The Pride of Canada. He'll be back in here on Friday, along with our own Mary Santora, who will be live and in the sweaty flesh in here on Friday. Viggo Mortensen on the show next week as well. He's got a new independent film called The Dead Don't Hurt. I was watching a little bit of it last night. They sent me a screener, and I'm kind of a sucker. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. I'm kind of a sucker for Westerns now. I mean, I don't watch Yellowstone. I don't watch, but we watch this show on Amazon, this Josh Brolin show called Outer Range. Is anybody else watching that?
No.
We call it Josh Brolin's Hole because it's got this kind of time travel element to it. But it's a second season just landed, and it's a very entertaining show. But they're out there on a Montana ranch, and they're trying to figure out what the hell's going on in his back 40. And that's not a euphemism. He's got a lot of land. Guardians have pulled ahead, bottom of the fourth. They hadn't scored at all yet, but they pulled ahead a little bit, 4-3 over the Mets. Top of the eighth around the corner of Progressive Field. They are going for the sweep. It was 7-6 yesterday and 3-1 over the Mets on Monday. But whatever happens, Guardians will hit the road. The weekend series against the Angels. They'll go to Denver to play the Rockies before they come back home next weekend to host the Nationals. There are only 5 teams in Major League Baseball, just to put a finer point on it, how well the Guardians are doing. There's only 5 teams that have 30 wins right now. And the Guardians are one of them. The Yankees and the Royals in the American League, the Phillies and the Dodgers in the National League, and your Cleveland Guardians. So all of them looking real good. Royals have been real kind of hot and cold the past couple of seasons. You never know if they're going to really stink or if they're going to be good. Those other teams are pretty consistent. But your Cleveland Guardians, dare I say, you know what? Jinxes be damned. I'm going to come out and say it. They're doing pretty well. They are doing pretty well. And they're finishing up around the corner down here. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that so I can make sure that you are on our map. Nope. Of bureau chiefs. Justin listens up in Buffalo, New York. Mackenzie is a bureau chief in Medford, Oregon. Jordan's in St. Louis. Andrea's in Corydon, Indiana, if she's still there. I think she's the only black girl there, she said. Andrew is in Newark, New Jersey. Mary can probably smell it from her apartment.
Not over my must.
And you have a musty apartment?
No, I meant my body.
Oh, you're Musk.
My must.
You're Elon.
Oh, did I say must?
Must.
Yeah.
I thought you meant you had a musty apartment or something.
No.
You got to fix that. It can't be mildewy. You
No,
want it
but
to be dewy, not mildewy.
Electrician has to come today because half of the outlets in our living room don't work.
But look at the bright side. Half of them
Which
do.
half, the top half or the bottom half?
Mm-hmm.
Bottom half.
Bottom
no,
half
the
don't
half
work.
that the internet and the TV are plugged into. So that's really
Why don't you plug them into the ones that work?
because the internet is drilled through the wall.
Oh,
we
it
can't-
is?
We can't move it. Yeah.
You
they,
have a
like-
hard connection to the internet?
Yes, they like.
What is it, coax?
Spectrum had to come and like drill a hole through the wall to like make sure that it's crazy that it's like a 1 foot cord. This thing can't go anywhere else in the entire apartment.
Is that because it was
longer cord?
Is that because it was commercially zoned?
I have no idea why, but it
Wow.
was a pain in the butt to get them out there. And then once they finally did, they had all these stipulations on how it had to work, and it was super annoying.
Huh.
But yeah, we can't move it.
So the guy's got to come back out.
No,
And
this
hook
is
the-
an electrician has to come out.
Yeah.
To find out why our outlets aren't working.
I see.
Why are
Why
you
the
making
outlets?
snack noises?
That was Bill eating.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that wasn't you?
No.
Are you sure? I thought for sure that was you.
I'm not like Mary. I don't eat right into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Have you had second lunch today or just one lunch?
I just had one lunch.
Okay.
But I am hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have a second lunch.
Will you get a chance to? You're going up tonight, yeah?
No, I have to go home for the electrician.
Oh, that's tonight.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said tomorrow he was coming.
No, that's tonight. Tomorrow I'm in Columbus.
Oh, right. Well, that's why I thought it was very frustrating.
No.
I thought maybe
Yeah.
you weren't going to be there, but your roommate was.
No, I have to go there tonight, and then I wanted to go hang out at a couple different shows in Brooklyn, but I don't know how long this guy's going to be there, so we'll figure it out.
Maybe he could give you a ride to Brooklyn.
I will not ride with this person. I do not know them.
Oh, I see. You're too good for an electrician. A hard-working, blue-collar guy coming out to figure out why your internet isn't working.
It's not the internet that's the problem. It's
Your outlets don't work.
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere.
People are sending me ideas for things that you can do, but the guy's coming tonight to fix the outlets. The outlets
Yeah.
should work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a
Yeah.
problem if the internet is where it's at, if there is
It's
outlets working.
We tried to plug in lamps
Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
kinds of things, and
So-
the outlets do not work.
She doesn't
So
need to get extension cords or anything like that. They're going to. It's her right as a renter to have the
outlets
work.
Oh, is that true?
I would assume you
I
have to
don't-
have
I-
electricity flowing through your.
You lived in Bozo's joint for a long time, and there was a lot of things that
I
the
mean, I didn't
landlord was responsible for that he was blowing off. So
I didn't have water there.
right. Which outlet did the water come out of?
Oh, see, that was the problem. It was coming out of all of the outlets, but it
Yeah.
wasn't clean.
Yeah.
Dirty brown outlet water.
Yeah. And probably positively charged.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be careful with that. I got money for you. About 30 past. Every hour you get one of these keywords. Last few days to do this, but still plenty of chances to win, so that I hope you do. Right under the wire here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Boy, imagine my surprise and delight last night as I was watching Jeopardy, like I do, and the champion is from Lakewood, Ohio.
Oh, Bill from Lakewood?
No, not Bill from Lakewood. A guy named Chris D'Amico.
Oh, Chris D'Amico from Lakewood?
Yes, from Lakewood, Ohio. It didn't sound like a guy that was a native. Maybe he is, but he sounded to me like he had a bit of an East Coast tinge to his voice. I don't know. I don't even know what he does. They called him like a systems analyst or something. I don't know. But he ended up winning. He knocked out the kid who had been winning. The kid who had been winning was some dude from Arizona who got 2 or 3 nights worth of victories, and then this dude from Lakewood knocked him out. He runs like a puzzle website or something, but his bio said that he started as a comedy writer a long time ago. But, listen, I've been living here long enough where now my ears perk up when I hear those kinds of things. And I'd be lying to you if I didn't tell you that I wasn't rooting for him. Because the kid who had been winning, he just rubbed me the wrong way. And that's silly to say because all those people on that show, you've got to be quite bright to get yourself there on Jeopardy. I always feel bad for the people who you get all the way to Jeopardy. It's not an easy thing to do. Even if you don't watch that show, it's not an easy thing to do. There's all kinds of game shows that don't require you to know anything, right? Some of them. There's the one day where it just did nothing but rain all day long, and we were in Orlando. So we were inside all day long watching TV. And there was a game show on that night called The Wall. I think it's The Wall. It's Chris Hardwick. Have you seen this where they have giant balls that just drop down and they fall into what's the game with the pins and the ball drops and then it bounces? Is that called Plinko?
Well, it's like a coin type thing on.
It's like like almost looks like a air hockey puck.
Yeah, like if you go to Dave and Buster's or something, they've got the thing with the ball. Sometimes you're right, it's like a disc. Sometimes this was balls. And the contestant was the guy, we've met him. I'm terrible at names, but he was the wounded veteran guy. He came through.
Lieutenant Dan.
No.
Oh.
It wasn't Gary Sinise. No, it wasn't that. No, it was him and his wife because the conceit of this particular game is the other person is like in a soundproof room and they have to decide something. I don't know. Anyway, I digress. There are all kinds of games where you don't need to know anything, but you got to be sharp to get on Jeopardy. And so that's why it's always fascinating. And listen, any given night, you can just crap the bed. But you'll have somebody that ends up with like $200. They just didn't know anything about anything that they threw up on that screen. And that's got to suck because you're telling everybody you know, I'm going to be on Jeopardy.
Watch.
It's a flex. Yeah, I'm going to be on Jeopardy. Oh, my God. You go through so many rounds of that. I mean, it starts with you just going online and doing one of their test things. And tons of people do that. And then producers sift through those and go, And then you finally get on the show. But to make it to the end. Anyway, the guy who won last night was a dude from Lakewood.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he's on again tonight.
On again tonight. You can leave us messages a variety of ways anytime you want to do it. Of course, you can text during the show. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. You can call the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys. Dexter and Copley here. Alan, do you think David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis were separated at birth? What about Sammy Hagar and Chris Cornell?
Wait, what did he say? Wait.
That. Oh,
if they were separated at birth.
Who?
First was Huey Lewis and David Lee Roth.
Copley here. Alan, do you think David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis were separated at birth?
David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis.
I'm assuming, saying that they look alike. I don't know what either of those people
Sammy Hagar and Chris Cornell.
You don't know what David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis look like?
No.
What about Sammy Hagar and Chris Cornell? I just want answers to that. Oh, and can you hit the post on Shakedown by Bob Seger? Hey, so bad.
No, none of those people. Dex, I'm puzzled by this. No, I don't. Chris Cornell, the late Chris Cornell, and Sammy Hagar don't look anything alike. And David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis don't look anything alike. Huey Lewis, in fact, looks really weird right now. Something has happened to Huey Lewis. I don't know if it's just maybe a function of age. Maybe he got old overnight. David Lee Roth is still all right, but no, Dex, I don't know what you mean by that. No, I would not call them separated at birth. But what did he want? Shakedown by Bob Seger?
Yeah.
I don't know how long the battle of Bob Seger, David Lee Roth, Huey Lewis, Sammy Hagar, the late Chris Cornell, separated at birth. What about Bob Seger? Separated from his own twin. Ate him in the womb. Shakedown on the bull.
No matter what you think.
That's very good. But why is that your voice? Why does your voice change so much?
What do you mean?
When you hit the post, you have your hit the post voice.
That's that old-timey DJ thing. That's what they were doing back here on the day. That's what they were doing with the Top 40 radio. That's how those guys got work. It was just your voice. Bye, everybody. Those are the guys I grew up listening to back in the day. It didn't matter what you said because nobody knew what the F you were talking about anyway. You just had to say it fast, and you had to say it in that voice. I mean, when I got into this business, I knew I better be interesting because I didn't have a good voice. Those guys, all they had was the voice. So that's why I'm everybody. That's what I think.
I think your regular voice is much better.
Well, but it's not funny if I'm like, hey, here's Shakedown on the Buzzard. I mean, but no, that voice is way better. Those are the guys that were making it happen back then. Shakedown by Bob Seger. Good song, boy.
You did good with that one, though. You nailed it.
That was from Beverly Hills Cop, I think, wasn't it? Bob Seger Shakedown? It was from a movie. It was 1987 from the soundtrack of Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Oh, 2.
Yeah, 2. It was a #1 song for Bob Seger. That's got to drive you nuts when you have just decades of music of your own. And listen, Bob Seger had no shortage of success, obviously. You know, one of the most prolific songwriters in rock and roll. But then you collaborate with a songwriter to do a song for a soundtrack. And it doesn't sound like any of your other music, by the way. You know, he's doing Against the Wind and You'll Accompany Me and all that stuff. And then you do like this big kind of poppy thing for a movie, and it's #1. I think it was his only #1 hit. Went to #1 in Canada and the United States. It got nominated for an Oscar and a Golden Globe. He got nominated for Best Original Song for Shakedown for the Oscars, but it lost to that Dirty Dancing song. And then at the Oscars, because all of the nominees for original song get performed, Little Richard did it, which I'm sure had to be a huge thrill for Bob Seger. But Little Richard's up there doing your song. And they initially went to Glenn Frey because he had done The Heat Is On for Beverly Hills Cop. And Glenn Frey's like, these lyrics suck. But like Glenn Frey and Bob Seger were, you know, longtime friends and collaborators. They're both, you know, Detroiters. And somebody writes you a song, go, hey, we really like you to do this song. And then the song goes to #1, and Glenn Frey would call to congratulate him. Said, at least we kept the money in Michigan. But, man, think about that. Hey, you want to do this song? We sent it over to your buddy. You know, like when Mary is, or either one of you guys, you know when you guys are like writing material for the other person just to help out? And she goes, I can't, Bill, I've never been Mormon. I can't do this. And Bill goes, of course you can. It's just in the delivery. And you go, no, I really can't. I need to have a natural enthusiasm for this, and I don't because I have no. And he goes, just trust me. Mm-hmm. And then you go up and do it, and it
bombs.
Kills. Oh.
All my Mormon material doesn't usually go over very well, but.
Well, and neither does Bill's, have you heard about my bonus hole thing? Right. Neither does Bill's sobriety material.
It's actually going way too well. I hate it.
Mary wrote a bunch of material for you, and it was just murdering on stage. Hey, have you guys heard about sobriety? I'm all about it.
That's how she talks about it.
Hi, everybody.
Yep.
Have you heard
That's
about
fun to
sobriety?
do. Have you heard about this thing called sobriety? I'm putting the sob in sobriety. Well, congratulations to everyone involved, because that's exciting. I got a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
A wise man once said, everything is better on Aloha time. No, wait, hold on. That was on a can of Kona Big Wave. Well, either way, the Buzzard has teamed up with Kona Brewing Company to send you to Hawaii. And you got 3 ways to win.
Aloha!
Listen to the Alan Cox Show all this week for your chance to become a finalist. Join us at one of our upcoming Bring the Aloha qualifying events or scan the QR code at any participating Kona Big Wave location. Good luck from Buzzard Radio 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Some people just know the more you protect, the more you save with Allstate, because they know insurance math. Like if you protect your home and auto, Allstate can save you up to 25%. So it's like losing money if you don't bundle. Save more when you protect more. Bundle home and auto with Allstate today.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Grab life by the chicken fingers and savor the day with hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle-cut fries, buttery Texas toast, and that secret cane sauce that makes everything that much better.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
Here with the best, Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, your lots are packed with hundreds of Jeeps and Rams.
It's the season to take your pick and save. 2024 Jeep Compass and Grand Cherokees, $5,000 off MSRP. Wranglers, $6,000 off. Ram 1500s, $7,000 off. And these savings drive attractive payments, buy or lease.
And why Claiborne?
Selection, value, and putting the customer first for 50 years.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
For the best happy hour in the neighborhood, stop into your local Applebee's. Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for drink specials starting at $3. And half-price select appetizers, including chicken wonton tacos and boneless wings. See you soon at Applebee's. Eating good in the neighborhood.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
It's time to electrify your excitement for NBA playoff action with BetMGM. Want to boost your odds on your next NBA playoff wager? Just log in to your BetMGM account today to receive an Odds Boost token for playoff hoops action. Then, place a wager on any NBA playoff matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score up to 50% more winnings. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every playoff showdown. Enjoy BetMGM's exclusive offers on the biggest playoff games and try betting features like Same Game Parlay Plus. There's never been a better time to tap into postseason thrills with the king of sportsbooks. Claim your odds-boosted token today and turn up the heat at BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Must be 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So give your friends something to look at and make this a summer to share and save. With a capable Kia SUV like the Sorento, Sportage, Seltos, or Telluride, or a powerful sedan like the fun-to-drive Forte, each backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. And for a limited time, get 1.9% APR for 48 months for well-qualified buyers and $1,000 bonus cash on specially tagged 2024 Sportage and Sorento models. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance, subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2024 Sportage or Sorento. Excludes hybrids and PHEVs. $21.65 per month per $1,000 financed at 48 months. $1,000 bonus cash on specially tagged models must be applied as down payment. Must take delivery by 7/8/24. Limited inventory. Warranty is a limited powertrain warranty. See retailer for details.
McDonald's presents Burger Reviews by Hamburglar. Today's review, the hotter, juicier classic burgers. Mr. Hamburglar. Robble, robble. He said, of all the McDonald's burgers I've ever hamburgled, these are the hot.
Cleveland.
Giving stuff away.
Hey, I want to go see Rise Against from Chicago, Illinois. They're on tour this fall and coming to Cleveland Sunday, October 20th to play the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for the tickets and the information on the show and anything else attendant to it. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Rise Against this fall. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row. And the winner is
Alan Cox.
on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, devotion to accuracy. People texted me in the break about Dex in Copley calling. He meant their voices, idiot. Oh. When I hear separated at birth, I think people are referring to the fact that they look like they could be twins.
Right.
I didn't think about sound alike. David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis sounding alike, and Sammy Hagar and Chris Cornell. I mean, Chris Cornell could always hit the high notes. Sammy doesn't do those anymore. I mean, granted, Sammy had 20 years on him, too. But David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis. I don't know about that. Alan, I'm in love with Viggo Mortensen. Please give him my number, won't you? Yeah, I absolutely will give him your number, sir or madam. He is going to be on Tuesday's show. We're going to be out Monday for the holiday, but he will be on Tuesday. And as much as I will try to sneak in questions about films of his that I love, I know he wants to focus on this independent Western that he is in, and I think he directed it. It's called The Dead Don't Hurt. And so I'll talk to him about that. I'd be remiss if I didn't squeeze something in. Now, am I going to ask that guy's question from yesterday about whether or not he wore stunt foreskin?
I think you better.
In Eastern Promises. Maybe I will. You know what? When I was talking to that guy yesterday, in my brain, I'm thinking, there's no way, you know. But then I thought better of it and I go, yeah, why not? Because who else would have the audacity to ask him a question like that? And so maybe I will. Now, Paul Scheer is going to be on the show tomorrow. He's a funny dude. I'm not going to ask him about his foreskin. I have a lot of other things I want to talk to him about. But I don't think foreskin is going to be one of them. Ian Bagg is going to be in here on Friday. He's a longtime friend of the show. Mary will be in here as well. Mm-hmm. And he's Canadian. Maybe we'll talk foreskin. I certainly don't want the subject to go by undiscussed. Hold on. Nope. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where. So make sure you're on the map here. I'm thinking about our bureau chiefs up there in Erie, Pennsylvania. Just up the road from us, really. Erie, PA. Specifically because once and for all, they've shut down the Red Lobster. And, plenty of cities and states around the country now are facing a future without the big RL. Unbelievably, Ohio is not one of those states. Red Lobster has filed a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and so that means that they're closing lots of their restaurants. And they have lists online that you can go to about where those locations are, and I literally think the one closest to us is up there in Erie, PA. A lot of them in California and Florida, obviously. But none in Ohio, none in Michigan. You know, they're closing them in Denver and suburban Denver and Atlanta. Southern Illinois, Indianapolis has a bunch of Red Lobsters that are going away. Our bureau chiefs all throughout the great state of Maryland, New York, up there in Buffalo. But I am most fascinated by the fact, because the log line in the Red Lobster thing was they sold so much shrimp and it was so cheap that they lost a lot. They lost too much money. That this is what led Red Lobster to go belly up, or at least to have, Chapter 11 just means you get your creditors to let you reevaluate your debts and things like that. But there is an investigation into Red Lobster, which I think is interesting. Without getting too much in the weeds on it, the investigation to Red Lobster is that a company, the majority owner of the company that owns Red Lobster, was a fishing company overseas that needed to make money selling shrimp. And so what they did was they bought a controlling interest in the company that owns Red Lobster and then forced them to only buy their shrimp from them, meaning that they would sell them a lot of shrimp, more than the company would normally want to sell at such low prices, so that it wasn't some dumb decision by whoever was running Red Lobster, but it was more at the direction of the fishing company that was like, hey, let's buy control of Red Lobster and then force them to buy our shrimp.
They're Big Short in their shrimp.
Yeah. They forced Red Lobster to eliminate 2 of their other shrimp suppliers, leading a company called Thai Union with an exclusive deal that cost Red Lobster more money. That's what happens when a lot of these equity firms come in too, is they will extract whatever money they can from the equity in the company, but basically, leave it a shell of its former self. The Red Lobster Company has $300 million in debt, to which iHeartRadio said, hold my beer, some years ago. And so this is a legitimate investigation into what the hell happened to Red Lobster, other than we sold too much shrimp. You might have seen online people who were on the wait staff at Red Lobster locations that are closing, and the horror stories they're telling. Anybody who's ever worked in the service industry has horror stories, obviously. We were talking about yesterday, waiting and tipping out the bar and, people who were working on both sides of that equation. There's always some kind of argument. Not to mention the nastiness that you'll get from customers. And if you've got a place like Red Lobster that is very famously saying, hey, come on in America, eat tons of shrimp and pay next to nothing for it. The people who are now out of work at these locations are telling their stories online, and you're glad you're not them. James from New Jersey said, I had a guy come in with his family. It was a family of 5. And he, by himself, did 16 rounds of shrimp scampi. Ugh. He was there for over 2 hours. I just had to watch this man eat plates upon plates of shrimp scampi, which isn't even served over pasta. It's just shrimp and a garlic wine butter.
That's it. Mm-hmm. It's just shrimp and butter.
Oh, so it's not on pasta.
No.
Oh, it's like the metal plate, the hot metal tin plate or something.
No, it's like a little
like a boat.
Boat, yeah.
Ah.
This dude Sir Yacht, who's like a Cleveland content creator, just did 8 hours of endless shrimp, and he said he ate around 200 shrimp or something like that
in 8 hours.
Insane.
Yeah.
Those are the full size shrimp.
Whatever the ones the endless shrimp that they have.
Well, you can get popcorn. I mean, you could eat 200 popcorn. It wouldn't take it. It took him 8 hours to eat 200 shrimp?
Yeah.
Really?
He was just there.
You're going to feel sick, dude.
Yeah.
Listen,
Like
You guys make fun of me all the
time.
time. I don't know what makes people sick. Clearly, people are stuffing their gullet full of crap that I can't even fathom. So I genuinely don't know how long it would take somebody to eat 200 shrimp. There's simply no way to know how many shrimp that is on average per hour.
Oh, he was there for 10 hours.
10 hours. It's even harder to figure out how many per hour. 200 shrimp.
Probably about 4 or 5.
4 or 5 an hour. Mm-hmm. So, and this was a live stream. He chronicled this. Is that what it was?
He films it and then he puts it on his YouTube channel.
Uh-huh. Now, do people watch it for the full 10 hours, or does he supercut it?
No, it's a supercut. It's like a 13-minute long video, but lots of people watch it. It's got 400,000 views.
Is it called Watch Me Eat Shrimp?
It says, I ate endless shrimp at Red Lobster for 10 hours.
Yep. Well, so the problems that they found with this promotion is that people came in thinking, oh, I'll feed my whole family for this.
Yeah, you can, like, 1 per person.
But you couldn't do that.
No, you can't bring 7 people and order 1 endless shrimp.
Right. So these people were getting screamed at all the time. I would get screamed at constantly, said one waitress. It tops any customer service experience I've ever had. There are all kinds of stupid people, she said, and they all wander into Red Lobster. People would come to looking to pig out on shrimp and just wouldn't leave, she said, because they just park it and keep buying shrimp. God, imagine working in that kitchen. I mean, you're probably, putting most of it into a fryer or whatever, but.
Yeah, he does the math and he thinks he got about $178 worth of value out of the amount of shrimp he ate.
Wow. That was locally?
Yeah. He travels around all over, but he's from Lakewood. I see him walking all the time, and we bump into each other. Nice dude. He's killing himself for content, but...
You guys are walking around and you bump into each other. Are the sidewalks really narrow or what?
Yes, that's what I meant. I meant we literally bump into each other. God damn you.
Another waitress watched one guy take down 30 orders of fried shrimp in 4 hours. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know how long it takes people to stuff their gaping maw with food. She said that comes out to about 14,000 calories. And so the people who are no longer working at Red Lobster obviously won't miss the arguments and the confrontations, because one of the other rules is you can't get a box to take anything home. You got to eat it there. And so she's like, you'd have people that would order a bunch of stuff thinking they were going to take it with them. And you also can't share with the rest of the table. But everybody's got to get their own.
This stuff is all explicitly written out in the directions or in the on the menu, but people don't read it.
Right.
And they go, blah, blah, blah.
But at least with that, you have something to point to.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of situations where you don't have something to point to, and you're like, well, it's in the fine print. Mother's Day was the worst, according to people who worked at Red Lobster. It was the biggest day on the calendar at Red Lobster. Well, we talked about that when I thought the one in North Olmsted was closed. People were texting me going, nope, we're just there for Mother's Day, and there was a line around the block. Imagine waiting in line with all the places that you can make reservations to go for Mother's Day. You're waiting in line at Red Lobster. But, yeah.
People love Red Lobster, man. I don't know why that's surprising. Mother's Day is
because
the busiest.
I guess it wasn't on my radar, and every time I would drive past a Red Lobster, there was no one in the parking lot.
It's
there were no cars.
Affordable, fancy food.
No, I understand
it's what
it.
Poor people think fancy food is.
I just never wasn't there a Red Lobster? What was across the street from us in Independence? There was an Applebee's.
Yeah.
There was a Longhorn Steakhouse. I guess it wasn't a Red Lobster. Oh. But anytime I've passed a Red Lobster, again, it's just anecdotal, but I never saw. It wasn't like the parking lot was full.
Well, if you go, it depends on what time you go. If you go
like nighttime,
dinner time, it's going to be busy.
I didn't see anybody.
I feel like this is just you going, nobody's over there, because there's always people there. And they're getting that endless shrimp, and they're going crazy.
Yeah.
Or a biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the other side of the coin of the wait staff who had a bad time were the people who went there to eat for cheap. They're all bummed out. Michael Durant is a 23-year-old who's broke all the time and would go to Red Lobster and eat a lot of shrimp because he could get a lot of it for not a lot of money.
You get about the same amount of shrimp from the grocery store for $25.
Is that
But
true?
then you have to cook
Yeah,
it.
you have to prepare it.
Oh, yeah. He said he once spent between 3 and 4 hours in the dining room eating 83 shrimp in total and took, quote, at least one nap at the table.
I feel like there should be a no nap rule, too. No napping.
No napping. And also, I guess my other thought is how trash is the rest of the menu at Red Lobster? Because it doesn't sound like anybody's ordering anything else. If you go in for this, like there's others. I mean, people like the Cheddar Bay biscuits.
That's very good, I think, in my opinion.
It also just depends on what you want. If you don't want shrimp that day, you get crab legs or lobster or whatever.
But that stuff's not as cheap. Like crab legs and shrimp are going to be usually market price.
Yeah.
But the value is in the endless shrimp.
Alan, the finance bros sold Red Lobster the land and then leased it back to them. That's why they went bankrupt. The shrimp thing is just propaganda. So we don't call for regulations.
On what?
I'm not clear. Shrimp reg. Hey, that's how Ray Kroc got rich on McDonald's. He's like, we're not in the hamburger business. We're in the real estate business. Right? Ray Kroc, I mean, when there was a McDonald's every 10 feet, you leased the land. And that's how they were making the money. Didn't matter if the McDonald's was doing well. Didn't matter how many hamburgers they were selling. They were making money on the land. Alan, the Red Lobster in Beechwood looks like a Scooby-Doo ghost town set piece. Well, there you go. So, yeah. How come this was never bankrupting them before COVID?
Because they didn't.
The
it's the
vaccine.
suppliers.
No, the vaccine.
I believe in the supplier situation
Nope.
where the suppliers were bullied out by the one.
Pfizer.
And then they forced
Shrimp
them.
Pfizer.
Yeah, Shrimp Pfizer? Okay. Never mind. It's Shrimp Pfizer.
Yep, Shrimp Pfizer.
All the shrimp had heart attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
You don't know what they're putting into that shrimp.
They were 1 minute they're playing basketball, the next minute they're dead on the floor.
Yep.
Yeah, the vaccine, right?
You forgot about the vaccine.
All the shrimp.
Of course I
That's
forgot
what they
about
wanted you
it.
to
It killed
do.
me.
All the shrimp took the vaccine. They all got the shot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why it's funny, too. You know, you've seen the articles about all of these companies now are slashing their prices. Target is what, Target's, so they can compete and blah, blah, blah. They're taking all these products and they're slashing their prices, which is hyperbole of the highest order. I mean, something costs 20 cents less. But Walmart's doing it, and Macy's and McDonald's and Burger King. And you're like, gee, it's like inflation is all completely manufactured by the companies so they can squeeze every last nickel out of us, right? Oh, wow, you guys all of a sudden, hey, we're going to make stuff affordable again. Wow. Interesting how that works. They even made up a word, right? Shrinkflation. They just made that up. They go, well, you're going to get less, but we're going to charge you the same or more. And everybody went, what are you going to do? So, yeah. The shrimp took the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. Speaking of McDonald's, you had one of those Grandma McFlurries yet?
The what?
The Grandma McFlurry?
No.
They're rolling those out.
What is in it?
Well, it's made with bits of real grandma, I assume.
I can't afford that.
No.
Grandma's
It's a
expensive.
terrifying name. It's called the Grandma McFlurry. Hey, why does this taste ashy? No, it's supposed to appeal to younger people by tasting like something sweet that your grandmother would have in their purse. This is a reach. Made with syrup and chopped candy pieces. Whatever. They're rolling them out. I don't know. I don't know that the Gen Z grandmas, though. If you're Gen Z, your grandma's 60. Right? They're not walking around with Werther's Originals in their purse anymore. That's the nostalgia they're going for. But they're also trying to...
They got Xanax and White Claw.
Yeah, Xannies. So I don't know what they're going for. You know, that's the old joke about grandmas. They got butterscotch in their purse, but that's like from 40 years ago. There are a lot of young grandmas out. They're named Jackie. They have a wrist tattoo of a koi fish. That's who grandma is now. She's not, you know, handing you buttermints. Maybe they are. I don't know. My grandma never had Werther's Originals in her purse. She had denture gum.
I feel like my grandma didn't have a purse.
She had a pocketbook, Mary.
She,
of course she didn't have a
went
purse.
Anywhere.
Oh. No, my grandma had something called Free Dent. You ever seen Free Dent?
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's gum for people, as the name implies. It's gum for people who have dentures. It doesn't stick to your dentures. But as a kid, you know, it'd be up in the cabinet or whatever, and I'd grab a piece of gum, and it had this weird consistency to it, obviously, because it was meant to be not as sticky as regular gum. And so I acquired a taste for Free Dent, which is not a good look. You know, like if you're stopping in at the White Hen Pantry with a date to get something, she's like, what are you going to do? I'm just going to pick up a pack of Free Dent.
Just real quick.
Real quick. So, yeah, the Grandma McFlurry. They say it's like digging a spoon in Grandma's purse, which is the worst possible way to sell anything, I think. But it is a terrifying name. A lot of people thought it was fake, but it's not. They're rolling it out. Tell the naughty kids in line at McDonald's that the Grandma McFlurry is made with real grandmas. And if they don't stop acting up, they'll take Meemaw to the back and add her to the machine. That's one person's write-ups.
It's not broken today.
They need to follow it up with the Grandpa McFlurry. Tastes like Swisher Sweets, Coors Banquet, and reading the newspaper in the bathroom for an hour and a half. Well, anyway, you got a sweet tooth? Look for that next time you're pulling through on the menu. I got money at 4:30. Next keyword for you to grab from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to go to that Nick Swardson show after this break, I will have those tickets for you. He's on that Toilet Head tour. I think that's what it's called. And it's bringing him to the Goodyear Theater in September down in Akron. So we'll do that coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
All right, comedian Nick Swartzen has announced he's going back out on the road on the Toilet Head Tour. It'll bring him to Akron this fall, Saturday, September 21. He's going to do the Goodyear Theater. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for the info on the show. But be caller 10 now, and I'll throw you this pair. Get you and a pal set up to see Nick Swartzen. Good luck. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop D-O double G. But I somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. 2 in the morning and the party still jumping cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you gonna do?
You put a bid in on that Snoop blunt?
No.
Snoop Dogg is auctioning off a half-smoked blunt. He's doing a big memorabilia auction. And that's part of it. It's going through therealist.com. Snoop Dogg smoked blunt. So it's basically just the roach, just like the tip. And there's open bidding right now. And you have about a day left to get your bid in. It's currently at $564, which seems a steal. Seems a bargain at twice the price. That's only 28 bids. So you got plenty of time to get in there. If you've got, there are a couple of different ways you can go. You could be sending your money to Mary for bonus hole.
Be great.
Or for her feet.
Either way.
Or to try to get yourself one of these Snoop Dogg blunts. He says he smokes about a dozen a day. I don't know how you're like vertical. I mean, I know you're Snoop Dogg, and it's like Willie Nelson, you know, after he had his lung surgery, they said, you can't smoke flower anymore, right? You can't combust marijuana, so he's just doing it in other ways. But holy cow. I mean, Snoop's my age, right? I don't know how you smoke that much and are still, he just must be so used to it.
Yeah, I mean, every
real
day.
high tolerance.
So the Snoop Dogg memorabilia auction has all kinds of things from over the course of his career. Clothes from his closet. There's a handwritten set list in there from one of his shows. There's a Death Row Records chain. And among other things, one of these giant bats that he has smoked. The current bid on that handwritten set list on one of his tours is at $420.
Hey.
Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
So the outfit that he wore at WrestleMania in 2023, that's up there. One of his tour riders is up there as well. So there's all kinds of things. A custom-made Snoop Dogg license plate from Brazil. So, again, it depends on if you're a big Snoop Dogg fan. I think he was at Eminem's daughter's wedding. You know, Eminem's daughter, hard to believe that Hallie Jade, 28
Haley.
years old. Huh?
Haley.
Is it Haley?
Haley.
28 years old, Eminem's daughter. I don't know why he's still doing the jet black dye. But he is. And walked her down the aisle. They got married at a relatively small little ceremony there in southwest Michigan. Not far from where my kids grew up, in fact. And Dre was there. I think Snoop was there. 50 Cent was there. Jimmy Iovine was there. And Eminem dancing with his daughter. Imagine your father-in-law is Eminem. His daughter and this guy, they've been together like 10 years. They both went to Michigan State. and that's where they met. And they're both pretty accomplished, I think. And she's a lovely girl. But imagine Eminem, you know, when you first meet your girlfriend's dad, and obviously she has to tell you, or maybe you even know, you got to know, you know, you're both going to college. Well, my dad is Eminem.
FYI. I got to tell you something.
Yeah. So do you get along with your parents? I mean, my dad used to write songs about murdering my mom. Oh, he wrote songs about murdering your mom. Yeah.
But he also wrote songs about murdering his own mom, so it's like it's kind of thing
his
he
thing,
does. Yeah.
like whatever.
And now he's killing his persona.
Yeah.
So, like, you know.
Matricide. Figure it all out.
What did he just did something on Instagram? What is he?
He's releasing a new album called The Death of Slim Shady.
Yeah, he
So this
posted
is
a
his
fake
last
obituary.
Well, this is the last one under the Slim Shady moniker.
Oh,
He's getting older, so he's preparing to be Fat Shady.
Marshall Mathers.
Yeah, he put an obituary in the Free Press, the Detroit paper there, about the death of Slim Shady. Coup de Grace is the new album. And good for him. I'm surprised he's still doing it, quite frankly. I got to tell you. I mean, I appreciate Eminem. He's great live the one time I saw him. I'm just kind of surprised he's still doing it.
Why would that surprise you?
Well, he didn't have to do it anymore.
Neither
And
does Led Zeppelin or
Well, they're all dead.
AC or any of the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, the Rolling Stones aren't the tour anymore.
None of them have to do it anymore.
I guess. I mean, but those are different genres of music.
But it's still their creative outlet. It's
Understood,
still their way
but
of
you're
making money.
you're going to be a 53-year-old guy writing rap songs?
That's how. Yeah, I don't understand how that's any different if that's what he does.
It's the poetry of the streets. And he ain't been on the streets in a long time.
It was the poetry of the streets 40 years ago.
Still is.
It's evolved a lot, and I have no problem with a 53.
No, I like him.
But
but my question is, I'm surprised he's still doing it.
I'm not. What else has he got to do?
How long? I don't know. Live his life. Kick
But
back.
this is what he likes. This is his art. This is what he likes to create.
I get it. How long do you
It
think he'll do
doesn't sound
it?
like you do.
No, I do. I'm just saying. I'm surprised. Listen, not everybody. You throw out the Rolling Stones. First of all, Led Zeppelin. I mean, they broke up 40 years ago.
I was just, you know what I was doing. I was just
okay, but everybody,
naming.
the Rolling Stones. Not everybody goes into their 70s. A lot of people hang it
Foo
up.
Fighters don't need to still be doing it.
They're young men.
But
They're
they
not
don't
the
need,
same age
they're
as
the same age as Eminem.
Yeah, but again, I've got to take exception with the difference between writing songs and writing rap songs.
Why?
Why?
Because it's a different frame of mind. There's a different lifestyle frame of mind. There's a different perspective you're coming from with your art.
No, I really don't think there is, because then you could make
Well,
the
clearly
argument
not,
that
because he's putting a new album out.
you should make the argument that rock and roll shouldn't happen in your 50s, where they're singing about banging women and doing
But they're
all
not.
the
But
rock
that's
and roll stuff.
That's my point. They're not writing songs about banging women. You are writing in very different songs when you're 25 than when you're 50. And obviously Eminem does kind of exist in this different, if anybody could do this, he could. What I'm saying is a lot of these guys bail out when they get older, right? Snoop, Dre, 50 Cent. These guys are like, oh, I bought a vitamin water company because I'm 50. I'm not writing songs about slinging in the street anymore. So, yeah, there's a lot of people when they get to the point, they're not writing those same kind of songs anymore. Now, I don't know what these songs are going to be on the Eminem thing, but he's not going to do an album of contemplative ballads, is my point. So people evolve as they age.
And he's evolved as what he writes and raps about. Like, it's
right, but I'm just saying, but his style has been like a fundamentally aggressive style. And you wonder at some point in your brain, you go, well, part of it has to be, well, I want the young bucks to know I can still do it, which is a valid way to come at it. You know, he was kind of not doing much, and then MGK starts poking the bear, and he had to come out and do something.
He's been putting albums out every 3 or 4 years, like his entire career. I don't think he's gone.
I wonder
more than
how long
5
he'll do
years.
it.
I think he'll go until, I don't know. I think he'll go for a long time.
I mean, would you want to hear, to your point about the Rolling Stones, would you want to hear an album of hip hop and rap songs from a 65-year-old Eminem?
Yes. Eminem's my favorite rapper. I don't want to hear anything he put out until he doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's because you don't like rap as much. You don't maybe not respect it as much as you do.
No,
rock
it's
and
not about
roll.
respect. I'm not as familiar with it at large. I mean, I know,
but like
I know the
other
same ones
artist,
everybody else knows. You know,
but
what I mean?
everything like most artists want to continue. Like Van Morrison puts out albums all the time, and I don't see what the difference is. If you make music, you're going to keep making music if that's what you want to do.
Well, first of all, Eminem's not making music. He's
That's
writing.
what it is. That's what it is. That you don't think rap is music.
No. I'm not saying that. It's not. It's not. That's why it was such a big deal that the Beastie Boys played their own instruments. Because most of these guys are not writing music because they don't have to. That's not even a knock. You don't have to. You're writing tons of lyrics. I mean, nobody's writing more lyrics than rappers and hip hop artists, right? Nobody's writing more lyrics than Eminem. Because you're not writing music.
Right, but when
you got samples, you got beats, whatever. You're buying beats from people and you're writing lyrics.
But when you put it together, you're making songs, you're creating music.
Absolutely.
And you're.
But you're not.
So, but you're being so analytical about this that it's just annoying because he's putting out music. That's what we mean. He's putting out new music.
Right.
So when we say he's writing music, we're not talking about whether he's creating the beats or not. We're talking about, is he creating a song? Or
right,
not?
but
And he's creating a
but
song.
you do understand that there's.
If you want to look at it from the most analytical
No.
aspects
I'm
of
looking
it,
at it from the artistic perspective of if you're writing music and writing lyrics to go with it, there's more going on there, more time consumption in your art than when you're writing. That
we don't know how much time it's taking anybody to do anything they're doing.
I don't either, but we know Eminem's not writing music.
But we don't know that.
Okay.
Maybe he is.
Has he ever put out an album of his music?
Yes, all the albums that he has are his music.
Well, they're his songs.
It's the process that you are saying that if you don't play an instrument, you're not writing music.
I didn't say anything about that. I said he's not writing music.
Because there's no instruments.
There's plenty of instruments. It's not music he wrote.
So I guess I don't
But that's not,
understand.
what I'm saying is it's not a knock because that's not the game he's in. I'm just saying some people, they're not as prolific. 50 Cent, okay? Guy hasn't put anything out in a decade because he goes, maybe he said all he has to say. But a lot of these guys go, I'm going to make headphones. I'm going to make vitamin water. I got no problem with Eminem still doing this. All this came from me curious how long he's going to do it. I'm curious how long in that game you go, I still got more to say.
Well, like you said, your viewpoint changes as you age.
Right. That's why this whole thing started with me going, I'm surprised he's still doing it.
But my point is that as he gets older, he has more to say.
He has more to say as he gets older.
Because his viewpoint on the world or the things that are happening around him, or you know what I mean? Like everything is always changing. So why wouldn't your perspective on these new things also change? Or even just giving your perspective, if it's the same perspective you have had for 40 years, but about new parts of society.
Well, I'm wondering if, since it's called The Death of Slim Shady, it might sound completely different than everything else, which would be really cool. It might literally be like a demarcation line for Eminem. This might be like the next phase of Eminem, where he is playing a guitar and singing. I don't know. I'm interested to hear what it is. But if it's another like Eminem record, where you go, oh, okay, that's cool. That's what would make me think, I wonder how long he's going to do that. I wonder how long he wants to do this. Just wants to do it.
I don't think he wants to do anything else. I think that's one of the differences between...
He's got spaghetti restaurants.
He's got spaghetti restaurants, but
It's more silly. And watch me do this because I'm dumb, you know?
He
doesn't have a passion for pasta.
He lives in Detroit.
I don't know what he has. I don't know that he doesn't have a passion for pasta. I mean, that food is reportedly garbage. He wants to keep the money in the community, which is a great thing to do. But I don't know that he doesn't have a passion for pasta.
He seems very artistically driven, especially since he got clean and just he likes to write.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's going to do it as long as he can.
So the difference between you being confused about why Eminem would still want to do it, but not being confused about
I'm not
why
confused. I'm curious.
Okay, why are you curious about Eminem but not the Foo Fighters?
Well, because it is time-consuming to write music.
He's got nothing but time.
Right, but I'm
and
saying...
so do the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
I'm saying what the difference, if you're saying it's not because it's rap versus rock, what's the difference then?
Well, I guess...
Between Eminem or Dave Grohl?
Well, Eminem's style has always been a lot more aggressive.
Okay,
And
what
that's
about the metal artists that you listen to in their 60s? Pantera or whoever the hell that...
I don't...
And they're 75 years old.
Yeah, but those guys hang it up. I don't know.
Not all of them.
There are no metal bands that are as old as the Rolling Stones.
Metallica?
No, those guys are like late 50s, early 60s.
But they're still putting out new music. Why did they want to put out new music?
But it sounds the same. Metallica has put...
Eminem.
I love Metallica, but they have been putting out the same record for 15 years.
So why would they want to keep doing it then?
That's my question.
But you would never question it. If
Of course I would. I just did.
If Megadeth put out a new album, you would be like, "This is amazing! I can't believe Megadeth put out a new album."
Nope. Megadeth has been
album.
Megadeth has been putting out the same album for 15 years.
Okay, but so
And
has
that's
the Foo
where I'm
Fighters.
that's
So
where
has
I'm
the
coming from.
Stones.
But the Foo Fighters are about the same age as Eminem, right? That's fine. I'm not buying Foo Fighters records.
Right, but
Right,
my
but
whole
people
thing
are.
Is,
Absolutely. I'm more curious as to where Eminem's coming from. You can rattle off half a dozen rock bands. You can't rattle off half a dozen people who sound like Eminem. That's what set him apart. He was always doing his own thing.
but if the point is that the music is aggressive, then you should be also questioning metal bands. And
No,
you're
because
not.
hip hop and metal are different.
But they're
These
equally
are different.
as aggressive.
These are different genres of music.
So then that is what it is. It's rap. It's rap that you have.
So you
to
think
it.
nobody should want to rap after they hit
It's
a certain
Eminem.
age?
No, it's Eminem. I'm separating him from everybody else.
Okay.
And my examples are valid. All these other dudes in his game hung it up.
But you're only
They're
talking
not
about
putting out new records. They were like, I want to do something else. He doesn't. I'm merely curious. I wonder how long he'll want to do this. Foo Fighters can hang it up tomorrow and nobody would be shocked. You know,
A lot of
at some
people would
point,
be shocked.
at some point, these guys will do like a farewell tour. They'll go, we wanted to do one or two more after Taylor died. We didn't want to hang it up after, who knows? I don't know what people's motivations are. There's still plenty of money to be made. None of these people need the money. So it is because they're still artistically driven. I'm merely curious. I'm curious how long he wants to do this.
I think he will do it indefinitely. I think he'll do it as long as he feels like he's got something to say. Just like Public Enemy still putting albums out.
Because rap feels less of a genre that can age than rock.
Well, it's newer. So there's not, you look at the classic rappers, they're not nearly, they're 30 years behind the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
So you look at what they're doing, and there hasn't been a classic rap era yet because
It's not that old.
it's not that old. So
People weren't rapping in the 50s.
right.
No, but
You know?
but classic rap is like considered like your 80s, early 90s stuff.
Right.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Which is still, like he's saying, 20 years behind some of your classic rock.
And it's been met with, there's obviously a huge audience for it, but it has always been more maligned than rock ever was.
Yeah.
Very, very, because people look at how it came to be and they go, well, that's not music, or that's,
They're not using
it's just a kids game, or like there's no audience for it, when there really is. And it's becoming more and more prevalent as you'll see more and more hip hop groups or artists coming out and saying like, oh, I'm going to tour again. I want to get back out there and create and perform and do all the things that the classic rock bands were kind of grandfathered into because there had already been an archetype set for that.
I mean, look at DMX. He quit.
Well, he died.
I mean, he quit. Hey, Dex.
Hey, so guys.
What's up, man?
So, Alan, well, first thing about the separated birth between David Lee Roth and Huey Lewis, I met their singing voices.
Yeah, people were calling me an idiot when they were texting me. I didn't. Well, when I hear
an idiot.
the phrase "separated at birth" usually refers to how people look, like they look like twins.
I understand.
I wasn't thinking about the voice, so that's my fault.
Gotcha. So, Alan, I agree with you on Eminem. Look, I don't like rap. I'm not even. It's dumb crap as far as I'm concerned. So, I'm like, I'm with you. Like rap, it seems that's a young guy's thing anyway. It's like when you're 20, 25 or something, not when you're.
But that's how people. That's how people looked at rock and roll for a very long time.
That's true.
Yeah, but the rap artists, they dress like. I mean, you're gonna keep dressing like you're 20 years old.
Dude, look at
I mean, that's what
AC/DC.
rappers do.
Look at how they dress. They the Angus Young out there running around in the little boy suit.
But
at 60 years old.
Well, that's a goof, though. That's a joke because he's been wearing that for 50 years.
Stupid.
Kiss, painting their faces
Yeah.
and wearing anything.
But Kiss isn't going to come out in polo shirts and khakis.
Here, dressing like they're 20, like with dressing like they're just like the rappers. Like, come on. Like that's
Mick Jagger doesn't wear a
doing
shirt.
that anyway.
Yeah,
They
but
go with the rap stuff too.
Yeah, but Dex, admittedly, you are coming from it from the perspective of a guy who doesn't like the genre at all. I don't mind it. I don't mind hip hop and rap. What's that?
Yeah, well, when I was a teenager, I liked it, but I don't like it anymore. It's violent and misogynistic and glorifies all that stuff, and I don't like. That's the reason why. And besides the fact that they don't use instruments.
Well, that's actually a good reason to keep it going into old age. All right, listen, I got to move on, Dex. Thank you, pal. I appreciate it. No, Dex, he's rock and roll all the way. Okay, I'm way late here. I got to give you this money. I went right past that. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.
Mayfield.
Does every mother count? Because not every mother survives. Last year, in the U.S. alone, 1,200 moms died from complications of pregnancy and childbirth, and the risk of dying is 3 times greater for Black women in the U.S. compared to white women, making the U.S. one of the most dangerous high-resource countries in the world to give birth. Join Every Mother Counts at everymothercounts.org to help ensure that everyone has timely access to quality, respectful, and equitable maternity care. If we all come together, we can ensure that every mother really does count.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to get yourself to Hawaii, courtesy of Kona Brewing and WMMS. Plenty of ways for you to qualify for this trip. I'm going to be doing a bunch of appearances in June. You can come out and qualify that way. You can qualify here on the show this week. We're going to send you to Hawaii, including travel, 5 nights for you and a guest, $1,000 spending cash, and more. All of the details, hit the contest page at WMMS.com. It'll tell you when and where you can qualify, including right now. Caller 10, I will qualify you for this trip to bring the aloha from Kona Brewing and WMMS. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Oh, man, the Guardians ended up winning today. Came from behind, 6-3 the final. So they sweep the Mets. Take that. They hit the road for the weekend series against the Angels. That is a 9:38 first pitch, West Coast time there, on Friday night. And then they'll go to Denver to play the Rockies Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before they come back to host the Nationals next weekend. Hey, Lee.
Yeah, Alan, how you doing?
What up?
Hey, I was just listening to that segment you guys were talking about with the rappers, and I just started thinking about this. Kid Rock, when was his last big hit? That was probably what, 99, 2000, something like that.
I think he's had some since then.
That All Summer Long song is
a huge hit.
Yeah,
that's the last one I can think of.
Well, when you're thinking about Kid Rock, though, he kind of had to change over genre a little bit, right? He started dabbling into country and stuff like that because he wanted to still stay relevant. The days of him coming out with his original Devil Without a Cause and stuff, those days are long gone. Not that people don't like hearing it still, but at his age, he certainly can't perform the way he used to. So if he still wants to stay relevant, he's got to change it up a little bit,
Well, you also
and
start.
I think that goes with.
You also see.
With most musicians.
You also see who's coming out to your shows too. I saw Kid Rock in 1995 when I was doing radio in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There was this club downtown called Club Soda, and it was about the size of the Grog Shop. And Kid Rock comes through. Nobody knew who this dude was. I mean, there were probably 25 of us there. He still had the bleach blonde Kid and Play hair, and he's trying to do this, white boy, b-boy stuff, and you're like, okay, whatever, But then you figure out, well, this ain't going to be the move for me. And, he's a rich kid from the suburbs, and he's like, well, let's try something else. And obviously, it's not like he was being a poser, I guess, because he just did something else, I don't know. It worked out for him.
I'm just looking at the fact that, you look at a lot of these old classic rock bands, and that's really what I'm into is the classic rock. People will go out and they'll pay the money to see those shows. And I think personally myself, when you look at that genre, there's more old classic rock artists that are still willing to go out there and pay the music that they made 30, 35 years ago, even though they're 30, 35 years older, as opposed to a rapper who's still out there trying to be the 20, 24, 25, 26-year-old rapper.
You named Kid Rock as your reference to rap. Let's start with that. I mean, are you
Well, no,
kidding me?
he used Kid Rock as an example of somebody who switched genres to stay relevant.
Right, but if you're
Kid
saying
Rock
that
started as a rapper.
rappers aren't going to go out there and do the exact same. You think that Dr. Dre would go out and not play, Forgot About Dre or any of his early
And sell
stuff?
out any venue that he wanted to perform at?
Like if those people didn't play their songs that got them famous,
Their
people would be
hits.
furious. If he didn't play Still Dre, yeah, it's from 2001, but that's what people want to hear.
Well, and also your audience ages with you, too. So it's like in any genre, your audience ages with you. So people can go out and, irrespective of what genre they're performing in, you can go out and do those hits. That's why they have these throwback tours. You got to get 6 or 7 of them up there, but it's like, oh, Salt and Pepper and, and Chingy and whatever. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate it.
I just don't like the argument of well, he's 50. When's he going to hang it up?
That's not what I said. Everybody's giving me a hard. That's not what I said. I said, I wonder how much longer he will want to do this. I didn't say he shouldn't. I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. I said, I'm curious. Eminem has consistently been one of the most aggressive rap hip-hop acts out there. Aggressive, taking pride in it. An amazing writer, a great performer. He's 52. He just married off his 28-year-old daughter. All I was curious about was, I wonder how much longer he wants to do this. I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm not saying the Rolling Stones should come off the road. Do it however long you want. It's purely it's not even I'm not even having an argument about it. I'm merely curious. I wonder how long he will want to do this. He doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to be happy writing music about
I guess
whatever people write music about when they get older.
When you talk about it's aggressive. The only parallel I can draw is heavy metal. Cannibal Corpse, their lead singer's 54 years old. It doesn't get more aggressive than that.
But that's the genre.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
Eminem is not a death metal artist.
If you're talking about
Cannibal Corpse is not. I'm talking about a variation within your genre. Cannibal Corpse is not writing ballads, right? They basically have one speed. That's another band that's been writing. They've been doing the same album for 30 years. If you like them, you like them.
I think we were taking umbrage with the fact that it's the only person that
I don't know why anybody would. It's not true. I don't know why
because we've given you multiple examples of other genres, and it's just rap. It's just Eminem.
I don't know why.
50 is too old to be rapping, but 50 is not too old.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
When did I say that?
That's how it's coming off. That's
how it's coming off. Listen to what I said, and not what you think I said. I said,
well, what are you
wonder
saying?
Exactly what I said.
You're saying everyone else his age is wrapping it up. That's crazy. Why wouldn't he? Well, I mean, and then we name all these other people who are in their 50s that are also not hanging it up. But
didn't say he should.
And we're not saying that he should. You're only curious about the rapper. You're not curious about the metal artist. You're not curious about the rock artist.
Because Eminem is the one dropping a new album.
But these other artists
people
have put out new albums.
Why would you take umbrage with something I said? I said, I wonder how much longer. Yes, okay, fine.
You've never wondered about a different genre. You've never wondered when the heavy metal bands are going to stop putting out
How do you know what I've wondered about?
Based on this
We're
conversation.
talking about Eminem.
Based on this conversation, every other example we've given you, you've said, it's not the same, it's not the same, not the same.
It's not.
Okay.
They're different genres of music.
I just want you to admit that you hate rap.
I don't hate rap.
And Eminem, and you're racist against white people.
Stop. You mean Eminem, the white guy?
Mm-hmm.
He said,
yeah.
She said, "What racist against
I'm
white
racist
people?"
against the white guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
Racist against
Knew
white
it.
people.
Knew it.
That's right. Well, listen, racism against whites is worse than anything else in this country, Mary, as you well know. No, there's no reason to take umbrage with anything. I'm merely curious. I wonder how long, because at some point, irrespective of genre, you will begin to feel like maybe you're not at the top of your game anymore. And I wonder when that happens.
But is that even a reason to stop? If you like to create just to create, because it's...
I mean, everybody wants to go out on top.
If it's fulfilling, but you're not trying to go out. You're looking at this from like trying to... I don't understand. If you can still go out and like create, and you can do it at a level that you feel is worth releasing the album, then I say like, yeah, keep doing that. There's
I agree.
An artistic fulfillment.
I agree.
So
I don't know.
understand why that doesn't disappear for so many different artists.
Because
sometimes
it does. Sometimes it does.
Right, but obviously for Eminem, that's been his main focus. You know,
You can have
so many other artists that have gone in different directions. You know, but especially in hip hop, because there's no legacy acts like there are. There's just not. It just hasn't happened yet in hip hop.
It seems like you don't feel it's appropriate for a 50-year-old to be a rapper.
Boy, you're reading a lot into a very simple statement that I made about I wonder how long Eminem is going to want to do this.
Here's another problem I have.
If Adam Yauch was still alive, the Beastie Boys would. I don't know if they would still be out there. We'll never know, right? But
you're arguing
who knows?
semantics. What you're trying to do is say, I said one
Tell me
sentence.
what I'm trying to do.
You're saying I said one sentence. All I said was I was curious, but there was a 22-minute conversation about it.
Yes, after I said
that.
Because you guys all of a sudden thought that I was saying he shouldn't do something. I said was,
no, but we're trying to say,
I'm curious how long he wants to do
and
this.
our point is you're not curious about any other 50-year-old.
You don't know what I'm curious about.
So then why aren't you
Because we were talking about Eminem.
But we have also talked about 15 other bands.
And?
So if that's your actual point...
Am I curious when the Rolling Stones will hang it up?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you never...
We weren't talking about the Rolling Stones until you brought them up.
We brought up a bunch of different people who were in their 50s.
But I wasn't talking about the Rolling Stones.
But the reason we brought up the other artists is because we thought, hey, there's all these other artists that have done it well into their 70s.
Right.
That like
you've
performing,
never questioned.
and they
You don't know what I've never questioned.
Whether you question it or not is irrelevant. Whether you question
Mary
it is
thinks
irrelevant.
it's very relevant.
Well,
I think that this is an argument you're trying to make to like catch
I'm
us
not
using
trying
the wrong
to
words.
make an argument. You guys are arguing with me, and I wasn't arguing a point. I said I wonder how long Eminem is going to want to do this.
And we said for a long time because he likes to create it. And then you said,
well, it was a rhetorical question, and
well,
apparently
we're
you
on
guys
a
thought,
talk show,
and that's why
and
we're
you
talking about
and
it.
And you ask a question, we're going to answer.
Well, neither of you are named Eminem, so you really can't tell me
right,
how long
but we
he's
can
going to do
say,
it.
oh, based on how artists like to create things, and as long as he's got a passion to create, I imagine he'll keep going and not just go, well, I'm 50 now. I guess I can't rap anymore.
Well, no, he's older than 50.
Well, again.
But I mean, there are plenty of legacy acts that still go out.
In hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they still go out.
But they don't have the same numbers that, other like rock acts have because they don't get the airplay the same way. And they don't get held up by the business the same way, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
Well,
but
that's just something I noticed because
those legacy tours can fill arenas.
They can, but they, like you said, it's like 4 or 5 different artists versus, like Bruce Springsteen going out and doing arenas all by himself. But someone like Busta Rhymes should be able to do an arena by himself, in my opinion.
I'd like to see Busta Rhymes go out with Eminem.
That'd be nice.
See who's faster at rapping. Now, a lot of people are, of course, pointing Bitcoin at me because he didn't hang it up.
No,
I don't even know.
He just got started.
Yeah, I don't even know if Bitcoin is still alive.
You know, I've been with a lot of bitches, and out of all of them, I can make a solid argument that you're the best. You give one hell of a job. So many chicks been on my but not a single one done stick the way that you do. The way that you do. Most feel right for only one night, but your is just so damn tight. That's why you're the best bitch. That's why you're the best bitch. You're the best way to spend my bread. Really good at giving. Take me back to meet my parents if they weren't already dead. I show you life's finest places and amenities. That's what you get with a G in his 70s. I know you like a man who knows exactly what to do. You know it's true. I've been doing girls since 42. Back when the Nazis were invading Britain, I was making bitches purr like a motherfucking kitten. Back when Armstrong landed on the moon, I was getting on the daily, everyday crushing poon.
Everyday crushing poon.
So when you ask how long do you think Eminem will do this, you don't want us to answer that question? Because it's rhetorical?
Well, I wanted people, I wanted you to answer that question if you guys thought that I was like dropping a gauntlet. You guys thought I was starting an argument.
No, we didn't. It didn't.
Really?
Really, because it didn't escalate to that point until 20 minutes into the conversation.
So what escalated it?
The way that you answer questions.
The
and
way that I answer questions?
Yes, and the way that
How
you
did I
ignored every other example we gave.
But I didn't ignore the examples.
Refused to say, I think it's inappropriate for a 52-year-old to rap.
I see.
Because
Mary's
it's
like
not
Josh in
inappropriate-
St. Louis. She's mad at what I didn't say.
It's not inappropriate for death metal. It's not inappropriate for rock.
You're
it's
mad
not
at what you're mad at what I
inappropriate.
didn't say.
I am mad that you are acting like it doesn't. You said one sentence and then we blew it up because that's
Well,
not how it happened at all.
Okay. I'm just saying that there are different genres of music that have different perspectives on them. And Eminem set himself apart in his genre. A lot of rock acts didn't set themselves apart. They can go for another 100 years and not that many people will notice. People will notice when Eminem's done. When he goes, this is it, people are going to notice. There will be a gap in that genre. There are a lot of rock bands, listen, when the Rolling Stones finally go, all right, we're doing a farewell tour, yeah, it'll be a big deal. But they were out there for a billion years.
But this is a difference, too, touring versus releasing new music.
Well, I imagine he'll tour on this.
I don't think he hasn't toured on any of the albums that he's put out in the past few years. When's the last time Eminem went on tour?
I don't know. We saw him at ACL. I mean, that was a while back.
That's
but,
like a one-off at a festival, but he hasn't done an Eminem
stadium tour.
I don't think he's done one in 15 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
he's not doing a 2024 tour.
I mean, he's had at least 4 albums that I can think of come out since 2010. I'm pretty sure it's about 4 or 5. And he hasn't done a tour on any of those.
His last concert was December of last year. So it doesn't sound like a tour, obviously.
Yeah.
And
where was that?
I don't know, UK or something. Yeah. Or he came out when 50 Cent was in Detroit, something along those lines. I don't know. I'll tell you who's killing it. You know Brian, who calls us all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this dude.
He's gotten better.
Yeah.
I make my living on the evening news. Just give me something I can use. We've only just begun.
This is a new development.
Yeah.
Who's gonna drive you home tonight?
Oh, Brian, please don't ever hang it up, pal. Man, I love that. The new compilation there. He's really, you want to talk about a multi-genre performer. Man, don't ever hang it up, Brian. The Carpenters. Okay, I got to take a break here. If you want to try to grab yourself some more money, you got one last chance to do it today. 5:30 is the last keyword of the day to grab that $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Want to go see the band Whiskey Myers? They are on tour this summer. and they're playing Youngstown. If you like them a lot and you want to go see them at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater, that's first couple of weeks of July. We'll hand those off coming back. 35192 to text for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
right, you dig the band Whiskey Myers. They are on tour and playing in Youngstown with Whitey Morgan and the 78s. It's going to go down Tuesday, July 9th at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater. You can go to livenation.com for all of the details on the show and the tour. This pair of tickets for you, be caller 10, and you got 2 for Whiskey Myers in Youngstown. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got money for you here in a few minutes. It's your last chance today to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. And then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning. I was reading about Operation Heatwave in Cleveland. Because it's going to be a really hot summer. And so they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that people don't die, I guess. You know, because crime tends to go up in major metropolitan areas in the summertime because people are more aggravated. You can't imagine people being more aggravated than they normally are. But, of course, the temperatures and everything that comes along with it, people in general are just more angry. The plan for dealing with all of this in the summertime in Cleveland involves something called the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, or KGIC, if you prefer. City of Cleveland working on making sure that summertime doesn't mean people are getting mowed down in the streets, I guess. It got so bad, you know, you think about summertime and making people aggravated. Think about people who fight fires. They call them firefighters. And there were a couple of guys on the Detroit Fire Department who got into a fight with each other at the fire. One firefighter was arrested because he assaulted one of the other firefighters at the scene. And they're still trying to suss that whole thing out.
The requesting police, a firefighter has been assaulted.
It was a very busy weekend. We're looking into that as well. I'll have something to say on that once I review all of the evidence with that. I will tell you he's been released.
How many firefighters could a firefighter fight if a firefighter could fight firefighters?
Well, it's funny you say that because I pulled a clip of one of these reporters, and it's worth counting how many times this reporter, listen, by virtue of the nature of the story, you're going to say the word fire a lot, but even within the context of that, it sounded like it was repeating it more than maybe normally you'd think.
Detroit firefighters, known as some of the best in the business at fighting fires, not fighting each other while also fighting fires. Detroit fire crews arrived quickly to a significant fire inside this home, and the firefighters got right to work. Something went wrong with a firefighter who comes from a Detroit firefighter family, where he allegedly assaulted a fellow firefighter as they're fighting the fire, to the point where the chief on the fire scene had to call Detroit police for help. We are told in his fire gear and all, officers arrested that firefighter and took him to the Detroit Detention Center.
Man,
that's a lot.
The Detroit Detention Center.
I heard that place is fire.
You don't want to, you don't want to get stuck there. Yeah, so anyway, good luck to them.
Hey, Al. Nick from Boulder here. I was scrolling through YouTube and came across a Johnny Manziel interview where he was talking. He was kind of had a retrospective. It might have been something older, but it just got me thinking of when he called into your show, Alan Cox, and was crying laughing. Thanks for the laugh. Okay, love you. Bye.
You know, people ask all the time, they go, how come Johnny Manziel doesn't call the show anymore? And my answer is always, well, he's not really part of the Northeast Ohio culture anymore. I don't even know what Johnny Manziel does now. He's not actively playing football, I don't think. I don't know if he has some kind of media gig. I don't know if he's on television somewhere. He was with Canadian football for a minute. He was with that. What's the one where the people decide what's happening? Like it's real life video.
It's like
game.
a fan league one, but I think that went defunct pretty fast.
Okay. Because wasn't he playing with Josh Gordon? Remember Josh Gordon?
Yeah.
The fisherman.
That's Josh Gorton. That was the guy who used to play football in that yellow slicker.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you're thinking of.
That's what I thought. Sorry.
The FCF. It was called fan-controlled football. And what it was is they said, listen, it gets really hot down there, and so we're going to have all these fans on the field, and they're going to be cranked up so these guys can stay cooled down, and they'll perform better. But the electricity bills were so high in the league that it became untenable financially. I'm pretty sure that's how that worked.
Nailed
Bankrupt. Like endless shrimp.
Johnny Manziel from the Cleveland Browns. Johnny Football on the phone. Johnny, how are you?
Alan?
Yeah.
Alan Cox?
Yeah, how are you, Johnny?
Oh, well, I am just tickled to death to talk to you, Alan.
I've never spoken to you before. Remember when Johnny Manziel used to call the show all the time?
I was always so excited about it.
Yeah, we kind of got to really see behind the curtain. He'd really pull it back. You know, we had David Njoku in here the other day from the current roster of the Cleveland Browns. And it feels like a million years since Johnny Manziel used to call all the time. And I appreciate you taking it. You've got to be very busy. And I understand that they haven't released really the terms of your deal, but that you have finally gotten your deal with the Cleveland Browns locked down.
We do, but I can't talk about it because loose lips sink ships, right? And they might lose the Super Bowl too. So I'm keeping a lock and key on this mouth.
Yeah, well, good for you. Now I know that you're taking a lot of heat from people who think that rather than preparing for your shot at the starting position, that you've been out partying.
You know what, Alan? I am taking a lot of heat. I feel like I'm in the furnace room of a steamship over here.
Anyway, I don't know what any of that means, but so yeah, listen. My door is always open. Johnny Manziel wanted to poke his head in just to kind of give everybody an update, but again, I don't know that people care. I don't think a lot of people care. But he can always hit us back up. I got $1,000. Last chance today for you to grab yourself $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Last week to do this, but still plenty of chances between now and Friday afternoon. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
What's going on?
Oh, how are you?
Good. What's up? How are you?
I just wanted to pipe in about P. Diddy selling his little roaches.
About, say again?
No.
Snoop Dogg.
Oh, Snoop Dogg. Yeah, Diddy is selling
Snoop
other
Dogg.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever, man. Well, last night, I let the dog out about 1 o'clock, and my foot hit the 2x4 that goes outside. And I face planted.
Are you okay?
Well, yeah, I'm okay.
All right. You're telling me that you're falling on your face, Sue. I mean, it's a natural question to ask.
Oh, it's a little swelled up a little bit.
All right.
Broke my dentures. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that's no good. That can't be cheap.
Spitting blood and all that kind of shit. But I mean,
Thank you, Sue.
SHIV.
Yep.
But anyways, if Snoop wants to sell his roaches, I can put some Drunk Sue's fresh scabs online.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you do that?
You know, I sent you staples.
Yeah, I still got them. Yeah, they're in my locker.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm preparing to have them matted and framed, Sue.
Are you really?
No. But
What a man.
listen, it's still the sentiment is still nice.
Oh, I love you, man.
I love you too, Sue. All right, but you're okay. You
I
don't
just
need
wanted to pipe
you don't
in.
need medical attention or anything like that.
No, I went to the doctor today to get a referral for a dentist because I had my teeth pulled in 1989. So all they really got to do is just make an impression and make some effing teeth, you know?
Well, if anybody can make an impression, you certainly can. So.
Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Take care of yourself, please.
Sue. Sue. Sue.
Hey, you remember a couple of, might have been a week or so ago, we were talking about the lady who got caught living in the sign at the grocery store in Michigan.
Is that a rhetorical question, or do you want us to answer it?
It's a rhetorical question. It's a lady that they caught living in a sign in Midland, Michigan, at the food fair. And right there on Saginaw Bay. And they had determined that she had been living in the back of the sign. There's like a cubby. There's like a service door, and this woman got into the sign. They've dropped the body cam footage of them going to extract this woman from her like little hidey hole. She'd been living up there for a year, she said. Knock on this door, this metal door that this
unlock it for me, please. Okay.
Central 4156, are you secure?
Okay.
Have your
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I was trying to get my stuff so I can get down right away. I'm moving out of here in 24 hours to get away from all of this.
You're coming out right now.
Okay, well...
Hey, isn't that convenient? They got her on the day she was going to move. I'm moving out in 24 hours to get away from all this. They blur her face, though. Maybe because this hasn't been litigated yet. But
I feel like making someone live in a sign is punishment enough.
Yeah, but nobody made her.
Well,
she's getting
make
free
her
rent.
now, yeah.
I don't want to leave any of my
Well,
stuff.
so here's the thing. So I talked to the manager, and she's down on the ground. The biggest thing, it's a liability issue for her. Okay, you being up here is a big time liability issue.
Oh, sorry. Okay, don't answer. I already know.
So she wants you gone,
I'm
and
trying to do that. I have to go talk to my boss.
well, hear me out first, because you have no time. Like you're coming out with.
I got to go talk to my boss. This is a woman who like is employed.
That's what I was going to say. She has like a job and
The
a
working
life
poor.
and-
I don't know what she's got. Wearing tracksuit. Yeah, they blur her face. The body cam is like at thigh height, which is no fun. You can barely tell what's going on in there.
And then she's going to get a hold of the head boss, and they're going to collect your things, and within a few days, you're more than welcome to come back and grab them.
Where are they putting my stuff?
We'll find out. But you are on their property, so you have got no standing whatsoever. Okay?
Please, God, no.
She's got a lot of crap in this cubby, too. So you have to think, boy, under cover of darkness, this woman had to climb up the ladder of this building to get up here. I wonder what gave her that thought in the first place. It's like, there's a sign up here. Living there.
She
I
has
have a
no.
lot of sensitive stuff. I do martial
I understand
arts.
that. She has no ill will against you. She wants to make sure your stuff's all protected. She just wants you gone with us.
I would have taken my stuff out of here today, because I was going to call my boss, let them know I won't be able to come into work. I was going to go get a truck, and then I was going to move my stuff from here ASAP. back to my storage.
Hey, I need to take a day off. I'm moving out of the sign above the family fair. I got a truck waiting for me. Boy, it's great being white, isn't it? It's amazing being white. They're like, hey, you got to get out. We'll come back. We'll get your stuff. Don't worry about it. Manager don't want to press charges. Just worried about liability.
Okay.
And then
Well,
that would be that.
the biggest thing is she wants you off the roof as quick as possible. So you're
And
not
I
going to
can
be
do
willing.
that. You guys are actually going to make it longer.
No, you're coming with us.
Like to the station?
No. Like when we walk out of here, you're walking out with us, and you're not coming back on the roof. They're going to get it all for you.
Can I take anything with me?
What do you need to take? Well, first of all, how are you getting up and down off this? And how are you going to carry all this stuff?
Well, how else do you think I got all this stuff?
Well,
up
I
here?
know you did, obviously, but
You're having a fun little conversation with her.
Right.
Hey, I'm just curious.
Hey, little trespasser.
How'd you get up here? I'm just dying to know.
like, what are you talking about? Like, I understand you got some
I
big
just have,
things.
Like my clothing, my bedding stuff,
Yeah, we're not gonna.
my vitamins.
My vitamins.
So
I mean, you got to take care of yourself if you're going to be living in the sign above the food fair. You got to take your supplements, your melatonin. You can get a good night's sleep before you go to work.
Everything that you're mentioning is like multiple
And then
trips.
Most of my stuff is just, well, it would probably take me about, depending on like trying to avoid people, trying to in general, moving my stuff from there into the truck. It'd probably take me a few hours.
That's not gonna happen.
Dude, anybody else, they'd be dragging this person out by their armpits.
Is she cute? Well, I mean, what's going
They
on?
blurred her face. She's white. In mid-Michigan. She's wearing a tracksuit. They blur her face, and again, the video is like from thigh high, so you can't really see what's going on, but you can see she's got stuff in there. The guy pulls out a notepad. Oh, let's take an inventory.
People have seen you in the area, I guess. Apparently, they've seen you up here, so they, believe it or not, you got a nickname.
What's her nickname?
What's that? Spider-Man?
No, Roof Ninja. Tell me that ain't cool.
That's true.
Isn't that cool? You've got a nickname.
This guy's trying to smash.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
He's trying to,
She must be good looking. I mean, it's him and a female cop with him.
And she hasn't said a word.
She said nothing.
Rolling her eyes. Come on.
Well, he brought her in case it does have to get physical with this woman. He's like, all right, Jenny, pull her out of there, out of her spot. What's
Officer Jenny.
Spider-Man or something? No, Roof Ninja. Look great.
It's pretty cool, right?
It is pretty cool.
I want to be ninja. I want to chop, 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 chow down. Take chow down to Chinatown. I want to be ninja. I started training hard. I think I could go far. I am a natural. That's matter factual. I learned to chop real hard. I fight with credit card.
Well, anyway, so they.
I still can't get over that song.
It makes
It's
you
been 10
clench
years.
every time you hear it.
It's been 10 years, but I just the chorus is just,
Yeah. Chop, chop down to Chinatown.
See, my family has been here in Midland for as long as like I've been here like a founder of Midland.
Okay.
And there's like certain spots that when certain events start taking place that are considered.
I can't believe they're just having this big, long conversation with her. Well, you're going to have to get out. Well, you know, my family's from the area. I got to take a break here. Want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you're inclined at alancoxshow.com. Anywhere you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
And now, a Buzzard bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians complete the sweep that afternooner today. They came from almost getting shut out to the win over the Mets. And so they will head on the road for the weekend. They will start up against the Angels out there in Anaheim. And then they'll play the Rockies in Denver and then come back home next weekend to host the Nationals of the District of Columbia. Tomorrow on the show, comedian actor Paul Scheer. He's got a new book called something. What is his book called again? Paul Scheer's book. It's called...
It's got a long name, doesn't it?
Recollections, Joyful Recollections of Trauma. Comedian Ian Bagg is doing the weekend at Hilarities. Always fun to see him. He'll be in here on Friday, along with Mary Santora, who will... She's beside herself with anticipation and excitement at the prospect of one more time, it won't be the last time, but one more time, being in the room for a live Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
That's what she lives for.
As we go into a long holiday weekend, you know, when we're out on a Friday, like I was last week, no Get Down. It really throws people off. But when we're out on a Monday, not to worry. Alan, I'm a longtime listener. I'm a few weeks behind on the show. I heard Mary mention her plans again to go on a drug-fueled bender if she's going to die. You did say that.
Mm-hmm.
When we get into these conversations about what happens if you were found to be terminal or whatever, a drug-fueled bender. Yeah. And so he sent us another AI song. Elmer in Parma.
Mary sits alone, hit her heart, words cut right to the bone. Terminal diagnosis, life's fading oh so fast, but she's not going down without a fight. She'll make it last. With the flick of the light, she lights it up again.
See, a lot of times people will send me these, and it's the video grab with the lyrics. This one's just the audio, so I'm not real clear on what the lyrics are. It's called Mary Santora's Last Riot.
The needle hits the vein, injecting her with bliss. Mary's gonna live her life in a whirlwind of bliss.
In a whirlwind of what?
I don't know. It said it hits
The needle
her with
hits the vein.
Injecting her with bliss.
Bliss.
Mary's going to live her life in a whirlwind of this?
Piss?
Yeah.
No,
This song is called Whirlwind of Piss. Oh, man.
Mary's gonna live her life in a whirlwind of bliss.
I cannot tell what it's saying.
I can't either, but boy, I hope that's what it is. I really hope that's what it is. Elmer's the guy who sent us, I think he's the guy that sent us the song about Bill crop dusting the office, but we don't have an office anymore. And by my count, he didn't crop dust the old office. He was,
I may have farted in there a couple times, but it wasn't like I was like,
right, but
and
not
then
in
leaving.
Right,
Yeah.
not in anyone else's presence.
One time I was downtown and got a sausage sandwich for lunch. I came across, trying to get to the freeway, the marathon. And there was some poetic justice there for me watching the marathon eating a sausage sandwich. Gene from Parma.
He really squeezed it in there. He ate a sausage sandwich. Gene from Parma. I'm out. I haven't seen Gene. I met Gene from Parma. You know, I'm hosting the Cleveland Funny Bus tonight.
Oh.
That's where I met Gene from Parma last season, was on the Cleveland Funny Bus. I don't think I've run into him since. But
You know who I was thinking about today?
me?
That we haven't heard from in a while? Not you. Joe from Philly.
Yeah, no, we
He
haven't.
banned? What happened? What happened to him?
No,
Is
I
he
don't
dead?
ban people. No,
know,
I mean,
but we haven't heard from him. I felt like in like a year. Like when's the last time he called in?
it's been a while.
I mean,
he's
called in-
he's a parent, so maybe life has just gotten, maybe his work schedule changed. I don't know.
Yeah.
Joe, if you're still listening to the show, Mary's clearly concerned. She's thinking about you randomly.
He crossed my mind today.
Yeah.
'Cause I
Maybe
was
it's
thinking
because
about-
you're closer to Philly than you were here.
Well, I was just thinking about all the callers. I was thinking about, Drunk Sue and Dick from Dayton, and because that lady called in yesterday who I didn't know.
Honey Jackie.
Honey Jackie.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about all of our regular callers, and I was like, man, we haven't heard from Joe. in a
We haven't
while.
heard from Darnell in a minute.
Last I heard from Joe from Philly, he sent me something on Instagram in February. And that's the last I've had any interaction with him.
All right, so he's not dead.
Well, he wasn't in February.
Yeah, right. In February he wasn't dead. He might be
He's
now.
dead. I just think he's
busy.
He's doing things.
Life gets busy.
Life is busy.
Yeah. Hey, Pops. Hey, Pops.
Yeah.
What's up?
You there? Yeah. What's up, baby?
How are you?
Good.
I like guys who
I'm
call
all right.
themselves Pops, especially if it's not age appropriate.
Well,
Just a good nickname.
I'm 67.
Oh,
I got a
67.
couple nicknames. Yeah, so I've been around a long time.
Wow.
And, I'm elected official, so I can't give you my name because nobody knows.
Oh.
I got this. Nobody knows I got this nasty ass disease.
Are you Joe Biden?
What disease is
What
this?
disease? Partyitis?
Cancer. The big C, Big Al.
Oh, you have cancer.
Yes. Now, weren't you just talking about what you do if you found out you had a terminal disease?
Yeah.
Are you terminal?
Well, I got the juice. I went stage 4, and my good doctors at Cleveland Clinic juiced me up with the immunotherapy, so I'm in full remission right now.
Can I ask
But-
what kind of cancer?
Bone.
Bone
Liver.
cancer. Woof. Yeah.
Bone, liver, lung, brain, ass, elbow. What difference does it make?
You got the full bug. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got the full Monty, man. I got the full Monty. So I got to tell you, it's a spiritual experience, to say the least. And if you think you're going to go on a drug-fueled binge, if you got news like that, I got to tell you, you're laboring under a grave misconception.
No, because I'm.
Yeah, but I can't predict what Mary Santora would do. I mean, everybody.
Also-
I take her at her word.
Mine is not curable. Mine is like you are 100% going to die.
Unequivocally,
There is
right.
0% survival rate. That's the.
Well,
that's what I'm.
Mary, I was
That's
there.
what I'm saying.
I was there. I was there.
They told you
And-
there's
and
absolutely no chance you're gonna live.
I went 21 days without eating, Mary. And spoken like one of my true old Polish girlfriends. I went 21 days, so I was there. I'm like, I resigned myself. This is it. You start to hallucinate after about 10 days without food.
There's no way you dated a Polish girl who didn't eat for 21 days.
No, I went without 21 days.
You said spoken like one of my Polish girlfriends.
My old Polish girlfriend.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I don't know how to.
So you thought you were under the impression that you were on borrowed time.
Why didn't you eat for 21 days?
Everything came up. Everything. No, man. Could not keep anything down.
Is this when you were on chemo?
Well, yeah.
See,
Yeah,
that's
when
what
I
I'm
did
saying.
the,
Is that in my
it was
scenario?
it was immunotherapy.
In my scenario,
that,
there
Mary?
is no help, no chemo. There's nothing medically that can be done for you.
Mary, how much closer can you get to the edge than somebody telling you you're stage 4?
Well, no, Pops. This is a
Do you understand what I'm
hypothetical.
saying?
Yeah,
it's all hypothetical.
it's a
If they were to
hypothetical
say-
in which there is no hope for survival.
Yeah, well, I mean, hypothetically, I'm going to get on my Harley go 120 miles an hour and head for a bridge abutment. You know,
Right, there you go. Like Jack's Teller that Mary ruined for me.
it's Jack Kerouac, Timothy Leary, all those guys. You know, like I said, you buy the ticket and you take the trip, and where you wind up, you know, you don't know. No guarantee with this life.
It's like these stories of like people who blow through their retirement money because they were told that, you know, they were sick and it wasn't gonna. You know, it's kind of been the story in like a couple of movies, but there have been a handful of real life occasions of people being told there's absolutely no hope, and they blow through all their cash, and then they're like, "Oh, you're gonna be fine. You got the wrong diagnosis." So how?
What you're saying is that what did you do? You cried and held your family, and what'd you do?
No, I got the diagnosis, and I walked out, you know, head up, shoulders back, and then I got out in the car, and you know, if anybody tells you they don't shed a couple tears, they're lying to you.
Well, yeah, of course.
But the one thing I took away from it was I figured out that my cars, my Rolex watch, motorcycles, the this, the that, the other thing, it really doesn't mean too much. You know, when you're laying on your back and you resigned yourself, you're like, you know what? It's taking me out. I need this stuff.
Do you have kids, Pops?
Yeah, I got 2 kids.
Yeah, so they would. I assume they're grown kids.
Yeah, they're grown kids.
So that you would bequeath the Rolexes and the motorcycles to them.
Yeah, you know, what are you going to do with it? You know.
Well, they're going to enjoy them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, when you get down to it, everything you're working for now, Al, it's not for you. It's not for your wife. It's for your kids. Well, that's if you're doing it the right way.
Well, that's irrespective of if you have a terminal condition, though.
Yeah, well, you know, I got to finish up, qualify what I was talking about. My closet door was open, and you know, I'm a big guy, so I used to have all my suits cut for me, and my closet door's open, and I'm looking at my suits, and I'm laying there, I'm like, those goddamn suits, you know, I'm gonna die, and some homeless guy, my family's gonna take these suits straight to the what do you call it? Where you drop stuff off.
The consignment store? Yeah, right.
Goodwill
yeah,
or whatever.
And I'm like, some wino is going to be laying in my suit, soiling himself, and my name is going to be.
Wait a second. You think a homeless guy is going to be lying around in your suit?
Well, where your suits go to? You know,
I mean,
there's plenty of people that buy a secondhand suit and then wear it as a nice suit.
Probably people who have domiciles and jobs might want a cheap suit.
Come on, man. You don't know my family. Everything would have been out in the dumpster. You know.
Yeah.
You know, go to a thrift store.
Well, then it'll probably just be in a land store, landfill.
Right.
You know, you look at that stuff in a thrift store, and that was all someone's possession.
So,
you know,
so Pops, how have you amended your outlook upon being in remission?
Yeah. You know, well, I'm going to tell you, you go through this, it's a spiritual awakening, or a spiritual awakening too.
Yeah.
You know, so you look at things in a different light, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, but I think that's probably a fair assessment. Were you a spiritual person before?
Before, yeah, I'm a recovering Catholic. So I mean, I went to church, and you know, I got a decent belief system, and I've raised good and things like that. So yeah, I guess I was okay in that respect. But it changes you. You're not the same person you were. Now your health never fully recovers, because I was big, strong, active guy. I probably lost 25% of my body mass with this, and I had no gray hair until this thing started. I mean, I'm starting to get some gray now, but you know, better. You know,
at least you have hair.
Yeah, at least you got hair. You know, I mean, I was so close I could smell the dirt from my grave. You know. So,
well, he's very, if nothing else, Pops is waxing quite poetic about this whole thing. I mean, you've Somebody texted me and said they had a friend with pancreatic cancer and tried to take him to Vegas for one last hoorah. And you're right. His friend wanted nothing to do with that either.
No. If you got pancreatic cancer, my buddy had it, and he was gone in about 2 months. And pancreatic cancer is uber painful.
Yeah.
It takes you out. It takes you out pretty quick. But really, and I'll leave with this last thing is before I got my diagnosis, I was taking care of one of my buddies, and I was feeling bad for him, and I'm thinking this will never happen to me. And I want to tell everybody out there, go get your skin checked. Go get your skin checked every single year. I had this fucking mole. It's not even the size of the eraser on a pencil. Tiny little thing, and that nasty little bugger. It got into my glands. It took off like a track star. It was all over the place. So. You got to do a little due diligence taking care of yourself.
I'll do you one better. I get my skin checked every 72 hours.
Yeah, well, you know what? When I was freshly wedded, I used to get my skin checked every 72 hours too. But
Yeah, man. Hey, at least that cancer didn't murder Pop's sense of humor. All right, so long story short, you're doing well now. You're at least in a point where you can there's light at the end of the tunnel, as it were.
Yeah. You know what? It's all good, man. And a couple other things happen in life, and I'm taking care of myself, taking care of some other people. Eat right, take Geritol.
All right, so no Geritol. That's a deep dive. So so no heroin binges for you, Pops.
Nah, I don't think so.
That's more for Mary.
Kratom, no
Tell
heroin.
me what to do again. I'll relapse right now.
Okay, listen, Pops, thank you. I appreciate the insight. Thank you, pal. Congratulations. There's Pops, who, I was waiting for him to.
Yeah, it was
I was waiting to get. I thought we were getting trolled there. I was waiting. I had my finger over the.
It was like his bout with cancer. I kept thinking it was over, then he kept going and going.
Well, listen, you get a
good for him.
new lease on life. You look at things differently. But again, the hypotheticals, I believe 100%.
Yes.
That Mary would go full tilt boogie.
Because there's no chance of survival at all. The first thing I'm doing is grabbing a drink.
She wants that liver to look like beef jerky when they get her.
Just let's get hammered.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going to be fun. I'm going to cry a lot, but
well, what's better than crying and drinking?
Right?
Not much.
Booze blues.
Not much. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you, Pops. Congratulations. Alan, that's why you have to keep getting your chili chute checked. Yeah, I'm going back, I think, next summer. I had my colonoscopy a couple of summers ago, and they said, all right, we'll see you in 4 years or whatever it is. So I'll go back to Cleveland Clinic next summer. Hopefully have another clean bill of health. Hey, Doc, hello. I'm calling to make an appointment to get my chili chute checked.
Ugh. Like, the hell you are. Don't call here again.
Hello, is this a Cleveland Clinic?
Hi, yes, who's this?
Hi, my name's Alan Cox. I am in the system. I was a patient of Dr. Garofalo's, and I'm going to need to make an appointment coming up to get my chili chute checked.
Well, I'm sorry. She's actually moved on to professional football. So...
well, it's a he.
No. No, it is not.
It's sweet that you defaulted to female doctor. A lot of people will default to male doctor.
Janine Garofalo plays football.
Oh, Janine. No, this was another, sorry. Lost the bit. Hey, back to my chili chute. Did you mark me down for one chili chute check, please?
Yes, and would you like that 2-way, 3-way, 4-way, or 5-way?
As many, oh boy. Can I get
Put him down for 5.
Can I get it
5-way?
One way?
Nope.
Can I get it one way?
No.
You hesitated 5.
5 ways. All right.
Okay. Alan Cox, 5-way chili chute check.
Is it going to be wet?
Yes. Very soggy.
God. All right. Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. See you soon.
Wow. fantastic service over there at the Cleveland Clinic.
Very
Do
quick
good
in our
work.
scheduling department.
I got to take a break here. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. You got the Corey Roddick Experience in full tonight after 6:30. Guardians have already done their thing for the day. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Federal authorities have made an arrest in that weekend shooting that injured Auburn running back Brian Batty and killed his brother. To baseball, where the Guardians rallied from a 3-run deficit, they swept the Mets this afternoon. Andres Jimenez homered, and Jonathan Rodriguez got his first big league RBI. And Browns QB Deshaun Watson is on an every other day throwing schedule at OTAs while he continues to rehab from shoulder surgery. I'm Scott Davidson.
Get to Levin for a big Memorial Day sale this weekend. Save an extra 25% off the entire store. Plus, get 60-month special financing with no money down and hundreds of doorbusters. Through Monday at Levin.